Chapter 4689. The Wanshan sect is the absolute dominant force in the Wanshan domain, and is even one of the top forces in the entire Divine Land world. With such a force, the intelligence department under their control is naturally not mediocre. About half a month later, the intelligence department of the Wanshan family found out that a new Hadao had appeared in the distant Jianglan kingdom. Calculating the time, it should be one of their ancestors of the Wanshan family who was keen on the new one. I asked about a strong man in the Hadao realm who joins the infinite swordsmanship. Jianglan Divine Kingdom? Reverse Divine Sword, Duan Lingtian? From the creation chart world? When the two Hadao members of the Wanshan family, Chen Zhouxiao and Chen Mingho, learned about the information about the new Hadao, they got together again. Grandpa, it seems that as you guessed, the newly promoted Hadao really comes from the world of creation and destiny. Chen Mingho spoke in a deep voice, with murderous intent deep in his eyes. It's actually not hard to guess. Chen Zhouxiao said calmly, if you don't say anything else, I will just tell you that I am walking the same path as you. Not many Daoist monks in the world of gods and earth would dare to do this kind of thing. After all, that would offend our Wanshan family. Only visitors from another world, from the world of creation and natal charts, would embark on this path without knowing it, and even when newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. However, whether he did it intentionally or not, since it has affected you, naturally you can't keep him. I will go with you to the Jianglan Divine Kingdom and try to kill him. Even if I can't kill him, I will seriously injure him. In this way, as long as he can be found out in a short time, he can be killed. Hearing Chen Jiuxiao's words, Chen Mingho's eyes lit up and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Visitors from another world? Duan Lingtian from the inverse god realm? If you want to blame it, just blame it on you for accidentally embarking on the same path as me. Otherwise, there will definitely be a place for you in this world of gods and earth. It's a pity that you have offended me and our Wanshan family. Even if you step into the Hadao realm, you are bound to die. Soon. Chen Zhouxiao and Chen Mingho left the Wanshan family, left the Wanshan domain, and went directly to Jianglan Divine Kingdom. Wanshan domain was some distance away from Jianglan Divine Kingdom, but at their speed, they arrived at Jianglan Divine Kingdom in just a few days, and went to the capital of Jianglan Divine Kingdom as soon as possible. Because of the news they received, although Duan Lingtian's Duan Mansion used to be in Chuzhou City, after he was promoted to the Hadao realm, it was moved to the capital of Jianglan Divine Kingdom. Duan Lingtian. In the sky above Duan Mansion in the capital, Chen Mingho stood alone in the sky, overlooking the ground below. The sound was transmitted, not only throughout the Duan Mansion, but even spread throughout the entire capital. I am Chen Mingho, member of the Wanshan family. I'm here this time to invite you to a battle to determine the future ownership of infinite swordsmanship. As Chen Mingho finished speaking, the Duan Mansion was shaken up and down. A strong man from the Hadao realm comes to your door. Before that, everyone in the Duan family also knew that Duan Lingtian had been promoted to Hadao and became one of the only dozens of Hadao realm experts in the world of gods and earth. Everyone was surprised by this, because in this way, they would be in this divine land. Earth world you can also survive in a better and superior way. Unexpectedly, less than a month after moving here, another Hadao realm strongman came to the door and invited Duan Lingtian to fight with him. Hong Mansion. Hearing the sound, Hong Dongquan's expression changed slightly. It's Chen Mingho. He's here so soon. Although Hong Dongquan has only entered the 8th level of the Dao, as an aboriginal of the Divine Land world, at his level, he is also very familiar with the strong ones in the Hadao realm. Chen Mingho is the Hadao realm achieved by combining the infinite way and the sword way into one. After knowing that Duan Lingtian also entered the Hadao realm with these two methods, he also felt that Duan Lingtian would offend Chen Mingho, and Chen Mingho might even come to trouble Duan Lingtian. But he didn't expect it to come so soon. Royal Compound. Jiang Haishan frowned. As the patron saint of Jianglan Divine Kingdom, Jiang Tianzheng and Duan Lingtian stepped into Hadao realm, the only Hadao realm in Jianglan Divine Kingdom. At this time, they also walked out of the royal courtyard. In the blink of an eye, Feng Su Yufeng arrived near Chen Mingho. confronted and stand. Jiang Tianjing. The strong men in the Hadao realm who were both in the world of gods and earth naturally knew each other. Chen Mingho nodded to Jiang Tianjing and said, "Hello, I am here for you, Jiang Lan, the newly promoted Hadao Duanling Tianer of the Kingdom of God. Come on, it has nothing to do with you." Although he might not be Jiang Tiansheng's opponent if they really wanted to fight, it would not be easy for Jiang Tianjing to defeat him. Moreover, there is a strong man from the three ways beside him hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. Fellow Daoist Chen, I have no intention of interfering in the matter between you and Duanling Tian. Jiang Tianjing shook his head and smiled. I came here to tell you that Duanling Tian is no longer in Jianglan Divine Kingdom. He left Jianglan Divine Kingdom with several of his close relatives more than half a month ago. Are you afraid that it's too late? Hearing this, Chen Mingho frowned and his expression sank. At the same time, the tyrannical consciousness swept out and enveloped the entire Duan mansion, and indeed no trace of Duanling Tian was found. For a moment, his face turned ugly. At the same time, he looked at Jiang Tianjing with an unkind look and said in a deep voice, "Jiang Tianjing, before Ling Tian stepped into the Hadao realm, he might not have known that there was me in the world of gods and earth, who was also Hadao of the infinite sword. It was you who told him of. His departure was also because of your reminder?" Facing Chen Mingho's almost interrogative inquiry, Jiang Tiansheng's brows instantly furrowed. Although he did not want to provoke Chen Mingho and had no intention of becoming an enemy of the Wanshan family behind Chen Mingho, it did not mean that he was afraid of Chen Mingho. Both are Hadao, and because Hadao is newer, he is stronger than Chen Mingho. If he hadn't been afraid that there was a strong man behind Hadao, Chen Mingho would have made a strong move long ago based on Chen Mingho's current attitude. Already. Now, although he would not take action, he still said in a cold tone, "Chen Mingho, it's best not to talk nonsense without evidence. In the world of gods and earth, we know that you, Chen Mingho, are in the infinite sword Dao. Do you think you are the only one in the He Dao realm? In the world of gods and earth, among all the beings above the 7th level of the Dao, except for those who have no information, who doesn't know that you, Chen Mingho, are practicing the infinite sword Dao?" Chen Mingho was about to speak, but someone spoke before him. "Fellow Daoist Jiang, it was my grandson who took the liberty. How about I apologize to you on his behalf?" Accompanied by a powerful voice, it was Chen Jiuxiao who had been hiding in the dark just now, confirming that Duanling Tian was not outside the capital of Jianglan Divine Kingdom, and he no longer needed to hide. Jiang Tiansheng's brows moved slightly. As expected, this old is here too. Chapter 4690. I've met Senior Chen. Although he secretly scolded the other party for being insidious and being in the three-way Hadao realm, he was still hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity to attack, but on the surface Jiang Tianjing greeted the other party with a friendly face. "I said that fellow Daoist Chen has such a bad temper, I bet it was Senior Chen who came here with him. As for apology, there is no need." Even though they were both in the Hadao realm, Jiang Tianjing was not a match for the Chen Jiuxiao in front of him, because he knew that the other party would not team up with Chen Mingho to attack him because of such a trivial matter. Moreover, with his strength, it is possible to return the whole body at the cost of minor injuries. However, once the two of them take action against him, they will fight him to the death, and they will really fight with their lives. At worst, the lives of the entire royal family of the Jianglan Divine Kingdom will be exchanged for the restlessness of the Chen family in Wanshan. Of course, he knew that the other party would not take action against him. After all, there was no interest dispute between him and the other party. A mere verbal conflict does not rise to the level of a life and death fight. This time, the two men came to see Duanling Tian simply because Duanling Tian embarked on the path of the infinite sword Dao and had a conflict of interest with Chen Mingho, so they wanted to deal with Duanling Tian. For the strength of Chen Mingho and the strength of the Wanshan Chen family, it is normal for them to want to eradicate Duanling Tian. It's a pity that the two of them came to nothing. Before that, he had warned Duanling Tian with the person from the Bitter Sea Temple and the Qianghai Divine Island, so that Duanling Tian had already left long ago. Duanling Tian was even worried about the safety of his close relatives, and even brought out his close relatives. Went for resettlement. In this regard, He actually felt that Duan Lingtian was a little too cautious, because he was sure that as long as Duan Lingtian did not die, even if Duan Lingshan's close relatives stayed here, the two members of the Wanshanshan family would never be able to do anything to Duan Lingtian. Start with your loved ones. Once they do that, they will become the public enemies of the world of gods and earth. In that case, let's take our leave first. Qin Zhouxiao took a deep look at Jiang Tianzheng, and then left with Chen Mingho. While leaving, Chen Mingho said in a deep voice, "Grandpa, that Ling Tian came from the creation life plan world. He may not know that I master the infinite sword Dao, and he may not know that you and I will take action against him after he is promoted to He Dao." It must have been Jiang Tianzheng who tipped off the news. He felt that if Jiang Tianzheng hadn't tipped off the news, Duan Lingtian might not have been able to take such precautionary measures without leaking anything. So what? Qin Zhouxiao said calmly, "If he doesn't admit this kind of thing, how can we press his head and make him admit it? Don't forget, he is also a Hadao, and he is a Hadao who is stronger than you. Unless this kind of person can be killed directly, once he becomes an enemy, it will be harmful to our Wanshanshan family." Hearing this, Chen Mingho's face darkened further, his eyes flashed with unwillingness, but he also knew that even if he was unwilling in his heart, there was nothing he could do. The Wanshanshan family had made him a success, but now it also became a hindrance to him. In other words, it was not only his constraints, but also his grandfather's constraints. But, can they give up on the Wanshanshan family? Of course it's impossible. After all, the current main direct lineage of the Wanshanshan family is the descendants of him and his grandfather. They are all descendants with their blood flowing in their bodies. They have no way to care about their life or death. Compared to this, Jiang Tianzheng did not leave any descendants. The reason why he protected the royal family of Jianglan Divine Kingdom was simply because it was the headquarters of his Jiang family. It would be far less difficult for Jiang Tianzheng to give up on the Jiang family than it would be for them to give up on the Wanshanshan family. This is also the reason why Jiang Tianzheng is still strong in front of his grandfather. If Jiang Tianzheng is really angered, Jiang Tianzheng can knock the table off. "Grandpa, since Duan Lingtian knew that we would cause trouble for him and left, I'm afraid it won't be easy to find him next. I feel like a knot in my throat is at the thought of such a person contending with me," Chen Mingho said in a reluctant tone. Qin Zhouxiao sighed, "There is nothing we can do now, we can only take one step at a time. Duan Lingtian, since he has entered the Hadao realm, he shouldn't hide directly. Let's pay more attention to the news about him. Once confirm his whereabouts and take action. That's all it can do." Chen Mingho nodded, his eyes full of unwillingness. Although Jiang Tianzheng, Yongya Divine Monk and Zhou Qingchuan all said that even if their close relatives stayed in the capital of Jianglan Divine Kingdom, the two Hadao of the Wanshanshan family would not be able to take action against them, Duan Lingtian was still worried. So, he took everyone away. They were placed in a small country that looked like a paradise, located further north of the endless sword territory to the north of Jianglan Divine Kingdom. With Yu Shao's invincible strength in this small country, he was able to protect his loved ones. Nowadays, those who stay in Duan Mansion of Jianglan Divine Kingdom are basically people who have fled to the Divine Land world from the 10,000 realms and the lands outside the boundary to seek refuge with Duan Lingtian. The people over there, headed by Zhao Ani, are in charge of Duan Mansion and continue to receive old friends from Wanjie and beyond. It is impossible to withdraw. After all, Duan Lingtian still has many relatives and friends who have not been found. For example, there is no news about his son Duan Yintian, and it is not known where he has wandered in the world of gods and earth. When his wife Li rose secretly, he often sheds tears for this, and Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel heavy every time he saw this. However, his mentality is relatively good, and he feels that he has entered the Hadao realm. As long as his son is still alive, once he hears his name, he will definitely travel thousands of miles to the capital of Jianglan Divine Kingdom and return to Duan Mansion. I'll leave this to you. After settling his relatives and friends, Duan Lingtian said hello to Yu Shao and then left. Next, he wants to find the new owner of the creation chart. Of course, he didn't tell anyone about this. Even Yu Shao didn't know what he was going to do. He just thought that he was going to go out and make a name for himself in the entire divine world, so as to find those old friends who were living abroad. He is still injured, so this is a good opportunity for me. It would be perfect if I could kill him and get the creation life chart in my hand. Following the breath of the creation life chart he sensed after entering the Hedao realm, Duan Lingtian followed it all the way, thinking next, when you meet the current owner of the creation chart, you will definitely have to have a fierce battle, otherwise it will be difficult to conquer the creation. The natal chart is snatched. The opponent was injured, so he was very sure of defeating him, but it was very difficult to kill him. Even if the opponent's injury has not healed, he is still a genuine Hedao realm powerhouse, and he was even more powerful in the Hedao realm in his heyday before the injury than he is now. Chapter 4691. The Sea of Storms and Thunder is one of the many dangerous places in the world of gods and earth. Storms rage here all year round, thunder is entangled, and there are many dangers. The terrifying power of nature makes even ordinary Daoists dare not get involved easily. At this time, in the center of the storm thunder sea, deep in the vast sea, there was a cave hidden under the sea. The cave is simple, with only a stone platform inside. At this time, sitting on the stone platform was a middle-aged man wearing a dark blue robe, with a thin body and ordinary appearance, but with a pair of bright eyes. In his hand, he was holding a strange disc. There is something empty on it. The shadow flickers like a holographic projection, looking mysterious and unpredictable. Finally, the world inside has been stabilized again. Yu Luoha breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes flashing. Next, I will also be able to quickly recover from my injuries with the help of some creatures in the creation life chart. With my further attainments in the way of living sacrifice now, I no longer need to be as timid as before. While muttering to himself, Yu Luoha's eyes showed a bit of coldness. In the past, because his attainments in the way of life sacrifice were still shallow, after he obtained the creation life chart and constructed the world inside, in order to prevent the creatures inside from getting out of control, he set many restrictions for them. In the end, the last line of defense is the forbidden tribulation. With the taboo ring guarding the door, no matter how evil the creatures in the world of creation are, they can only reach the 6th level at most and cannot escape his control. Otherwise, once a large number of existences above the 7th level appear, it will be difficult to control him based on his attainments in the path of living sacrifice at that time. After all, his attainments in that path are still far away from the previous attainments of the old master of the path of living sacrifice. There is a long way to go. This creation chart is really a divine thing. Even I, who is in the Hedao realm, can't ignore its rules without destroying it or the world created on it. Although he, Yu Luoha, is the new owner of this creation life chart, before he masters the way of life sacrifice to a certain extent, he can also construct the world based on it, but he also needs to follow some of its rules. For example, there is no way to directly wipe out all life in the world of the creation chart. You can only spend some money and take advantage of the loopholes in the rules. For example, the Tower of Babel a few years ago was a platform he built to harvest resources. As long as the creatures in the creation life chart world enter it, he can use it to harvest those creatures. Last time the creation chart was damaged, not only a large number of living beings died, but also a large number of living beings wandered to all parts of the divine land. Thinking of what happened last time, Yu Luoha couldn't help but feel a pain in his body. If his whereabouts had not been exposed and he was surrounded and killed by a group of Hedao realm experts, he would not have been so passive. Not only was the creation chart damaged, but he himself was also seriously injured. What a pity. It's not easy for some high-quality materials to appear, but basically they all end up in the world of gods and earth. Thinking of the qualifications that he was interested in that could reach the 7th level or above, even though he had had many headaches, it did not affect Yu Luoha's current feeling of disappointment. Suddenly, Yu Luoha's consciousness was shaken, and his expression changed instantly. Not good. Someone from the Hedao realm is here. Yu Luoha never expected that he had been hiding for many years, even though this place was in a secluded location, and he didn't go out to show off. Why would someone from the Hedao realm come here to chase him? Moreover, it came directly towards him. Call out. A terrifying and shocking sword light descended from the sea, and it seemed to split the entire sea into two in an instant. The terrible pressure of the deep sea seems insignificant in front of this sword light, as if it is not worth mentioning, and its impact on it is almost non-existent. Boom! There was a loud noise, but it was Yu Luoha who evacuated the cave first, avoiding the terrifying sword light. At the same time, his face became extremely solemn. Infinite Sword Dao? Is this Chen Mingho from the Wanshanshan family? Thinking of Chen Mingho, Yu Luoha's eyes couldn't help but reveal some fear. Before he was injured, he really didn't take Chen Mingho's Hadao realm seriously, because the other party was not his opponent. And there is nothing that the other party can fear than the other Wanshanshan family's Hadao behind him, Qin Zhouxiao. Qin Zhouxiao is one of the few superpowers in the world of gods and earth who combines the three realms. His strength is much stronger than what he was in his heyday. Last time, Chen Mingho was among those who surrounded and killed him, including Qin Zhouxiao. Chen Mingho is here. 9 times out of 10, Qin Zhouxiao is coming too. Without any hesitation, Yu Luoha's first thought was to escape. He didn't even intend to fight with the opponent. He showed amazing speed in the deep sea, constantly flashing, and however, many underwater creatures were knocked away by him, one by one turned into powder under the impact of the extremely terrifying force. The deep sea is turbulent, and the violent vibrations caused by the terrifying power are like the scythe of death, harvesting all the deep sea creatures in a large area around it. The response is quick. The power around him was shaking brightly, like a young man enveloped by a huge sword light, rushing into the deep sea, chasing Yu Luoha at a lightning speed, with a light in his eyes. This person is naturally not Chen Mingho. Nowadays, in the world of gods and earth, in the Hadao realm where the infinite way and swordsmanship can be successfully combined, in addition to Chen Mingho, there is another Duan Lingtian. Of course, Yu Luoha has been hiding here, and naturally he has not received any news about Duan Lingtian's breakthrough and promotion to Hadao. Duan Lingtian continued to chase Yu Luohi. Seeing that the distance between the two was getting closer and closer at a slow speed, an extremely hot luster rose in his eyes, and the creation chart was in sight. At the same time, he also looked at the back of the figure he was following. This person should be the new owner of the creation chart, Yu Luoha. When Duan Lingtian was chasing Yu Luoha soon discovered that there was only one person behind him. His unfolded consciousness covered a large area of the nearby sea, and no second person was found. It's really true that a tiger is bullied by a dog. If I were in my heyday, Chen Mingho would not have the courage to chase me. Yu Luoha couldn't help but laugh at himself. The last time he managed to escape from so many Hadao-level attacks was because he used the life-saving means at the bottom of the box. Now, he no longer has those life-saving means to rely on. Therefore, even if he faced Chen Mingho's level of Hadao, he knew that he would be in danger this time. The heavenly words that appeared in the world and outside the world in the past were created by you specially, right? Seeing that he was about to catch up with Yu Luoha, Duan Lingtian asked with interest. He also didn't expect that one day he would still have to hunt down Tiandao. Chapter 4692. In the abyss-like sea area, storms shook and thunder flashed. The sea water, which was shaking like boiling water, was suddenly rushed out of a channel rising into the sky by a swift figure. Yu Luoha ran out with an ugly expression. In his opinion, his chance of survival lay in the sea. In the deep sea of this sea of storms and thunder, storms are relatively calm. The most terrifying storms and thunders are above the sea. As long as he breaks out of the sea, even if the storm outside is difficult to stop the opponent, the other party wants to accurately attack. It's not that easy to keep an eye on him. Because the storm outside will not only affect the field of vision, but even affect the spiritual consciousness to a certain extent. His consciousness was affected, and it was not easy for the other party to target him. Damn dash. Chen Mingho dares to chase me alone. Yu Luoha looked aggrieved. He is also a famous figure in the world of gods and earth. The last time he faced many Hadao who joined forces, the people in the world of gods and earth, it seemed that he was destined to die. The group of Hadao who surrounded and killed him also felt the same way, but it was too late. But he escaped from death. In that battle, he escaped successfully at the cost of serious injuries to himself and damage to his birth chart, and at the same time, he shocked the entire world of gods and earth. It can be said that after that battle, although he was injured and in physical pain, his heart was happy. After all, he, Yu Luoha, was the first to escape from the alliance of the top Hadao in the world of gods and earth. For example, the old master of the creation life chart in the past was slaughtered when faced with a siege, and his body and soul disappeared. The fact that he was able to do this in Luo he undoubtedly shows that he is stronger than the old master of the creation chart. Although his current attainments in the way of living sacrifice are not as good as those of the other party, his reputation in the world of gods and earth is already greater than that of the other party. As for the way of living sacrifice, as long as he can survive well, as long as he is given time, he will be able to rely on it sooner or later. Creation the horoscope takes it a step further. Not only does he need to understand the way of living sacrifice to the 9th level, but he also needs to integrate the way of living sacrifice into the 2 ways that he originally combined. As long as the 3 paths are completed, looking at the entire world of gods and earth, he really has nothing to fear. Even if he faced the last siege, he would still have enough strength to retreat calmly, and he would not need to rely on any special means of escape. Recently, Yu Luoha has been hiding in the depths of this sea of storms and thunder, preparing to recuperate from his injuries while repairing the creation life chart, and then participate in the way of life sacrifice, and then continue his unfinished feat. He is already looking forward to the scene in the future when the 3 of them will combine to traverse the world of gods and earth. When the time comes, no one can kill him. But now, he is being chased, or by someone weaker than himself. How can this make him not feel aggrieved or depressed now? Wrong. Suddenly, Yu Luoha heard the sound coming from behind and felt something was wrong. The heavenly words that appeared in the world and outside the world in the past were created by you specially, right? Such a sentence, if it were Chen Mingho's words, would seem a bit abrupt. This Chen Mingho is not from Wanjie or the land beyond the boundary. Of course, Chen Mingho may be able to learn about everything that happened there, including the so-called Tiandao script, through the people left behind in the world of the gods and the world outside the world, but the other party will definitely not take it seriously, let alone bring it up at this critical moment. Yu Luoha subconsciously turned his head slightly and saw clearly the face of the pursuer at a glance. After all, he had forced a passage out of the storm and thunder sea, and the other party was also in this passage with him. Without the influence of the special environment of the storm and thunder sea, he could clearly see the other party's appearance. Duan Lingtian. With just one glance, Yu Luoha recognized the person who was chasing him. He was a celebrity in the creation world. He was also an invincible existence in the creation world. He was also the one who was fighting against him. His master was the first to break his destiny in the creation of the world, the blockade within Pan World. Through the creation chart, he could actually see everything inside easily. It's just that due to some rules and restrictions in the creation life chart world, even if he is the owner of the creation life chart, he cannot directly intervene in the life and death of the people in it, unless he allows everyone in it to be buried with him. However, it was naturally impossible for him to do that. In his eyes, all the living beings in the creation world are the material that he has raised in it. He needs to use them in practicing the way of life's sacrifice, so naturally it is impossible to destroy them. After all, once they are destroyed, the creation chart will become useless and meaningless. Of course, there is another way, which is to lure the other party out of the creation life chart world, but once the channel is opened, a new entry and exit of the creation life chart will be exposed in the world of gods and earth, and the traces will be exposed. Once he was guarded by the backhand, arranged by those powerful people in the world of gods and earth, he would have no way to get close. Just like the multiple entrances that connect the world of creation and life to the world of gods and earth, although he knew where he was in the world of gods and earth, he did not dare to get close, because once he got close, he would expose himself. Those original entrances and exits were not made by him, nor by the old owner of the creation chart, but by several people who obtained the disintegrated creation chart after the old owner of the creation chart died. The top power in the world of gods and earth, it was developed with great effort. It is precisely because of this that with the death of the old owner of the creation life chart, the life before the historical separation, such as the old man Wukong who died in the creation life chart, did not know the world they were in. What's the mystery? The entrance leads to the mysterious world. Only Duan Lingtian and other beings who are in the creation world after the historical separation can have access to the 9 entrances. How can it be? He actually joined forces? Yu Luoha only felt a numbness in his scalp. He never expected that Duan Lingtian would join forces. How long had it been? From the last serious injury to now, less than 100 years have passed. And he remembered very clearly that decades ago, although Duan Lingtian had entered the 8th level of the most powerful, that is, the 8th level of the Tao, he had only entered it for the first time. In just a few decades, Ling Tianrua had only been promoted to the 9th level of the Tao. Although he was equally shocked, he could still reluctantly accept it. But now, during this period, Ling Tian directly crossed the 9th level of the Tao and entered the He Tao. Ha Tao. Who among the people in the world of gods and earth does not know that it is difficult to follow the path and reach the sky? This period of time, Ling Tian, a life from the creation life chart world, actually merged with the Tao? No wonder he can track me. Damn it. He is a life born in the world of creation life plan. Before he was promoted to He Tao, he could not communicate with the power of He Tao and could not detect the breath of creation life plan. But now he has stepped into He Tao, the power of He Tao is overwhelming, and the temple unexpectedly, he would naturally be able to detect the breath of the creation life chart that he could not detect before. Seeing Duan Lingtian getting closer and closer, Yu Luoha felt a little desperate. Could it be that he, the master of the creation chart, was going to die at the hands of a being who in the past was just a mere material in his eyes? He is not willing to give in. No matter how talented Duan Lingtian is, even if he stepped into the 7th level under his nose in the past, in his eyes, the other party is still qualified and he has never looked at the other party. But now, less than 100 years have passed since the last time the creation chart was exposed and he was besieged and killed. The qualifications he once regarded as his own have actually caught up with him and entered the world of gods and earth. The Sealing Cultivation Realm, the He Tao Realm. Chapter 4693. Duan Lingtian took action. Call out. The deep sea above the head shook, and the rolling power of the infinite swordsmanship swept down from the horizon, like a stream of stars, perfectly integrated with the sword wielded by Duan Lingtian, showing extremely terrifying power, as if the sword is slashed out, it can kill everything. The sword light roared in all directions, slashing at Yuluo who was running for his life in front. Duan Lingshan's eyes were solemn, with a bit of expectation. As long as he kills Yu Luoha, he can get the creation chart. The creation chart is related to his former hometown, the land outside the world, and the world. Who would be willing to leave their hometown if they could return to their hometown? He wanted the creation life chart and had no intention of practicing the way of life sacrifice. He just wanted to see if his hometown was still there. If it was still fragmented, was there a way to repair it through the creation life chart? It stands to reason that there is a high probability that it can be repaired. After all, whether it is the 10,000 worlds or the land outside the world, it is the world opened up by the creation life chart. Duan Lingtian, if I hadn't been injured, how could I have allowed you to be so presumptuous? Yu Luoha shouted angrily, his voice filled with unwillingness, but he did not sit still and wait for death. He turned around and struck out like lightning, and a bright sword light roared out to meet him. With the power of He Tao that also fell from the sky and broke through the deep sea, he wanted to fight with Duan Lingtian competes. In an instant, 2 terrifying forces collided with each other as the swords intersected, making an earth-shattering noise. The aftermath of the terrifying power raged, even evaporating the water in this area of the sea. A large vacuum area appeared. Puff dash. The sword light finally overcame the sword light. Yu Luoha, who had not fully recovered from his injuries, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and retreated while taking action. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, is taking advantage of the victory to pursue it. At the same time, Shen Minghe went to Jianglan Divine Kingdom with his grandfather and failed to capture Duan Lingtian. Not long after returning to the Wanshan family, he felt the vibration of the power of Hadao in the sky. It was obvious that someone was taking action and was using the infinite sword he had combined. The power of Tao. Looking at the entire world of gods and earth, before Duan Lingtian appeared, he was the only one who enjoyed this path, and no other person could share the infinite sword path. That is to say, Duan Lingtian, an otherworldly creature from the world of creation life pan, didn't understand anything, yet he had no worries about the infinite sword Dao, which made him passive for a time, and the power of the He Dao was divided, which also meant that his strength will be subject to influence. It would be fine if the other party acted honestly, but if the other party forced too much Hadao power when he took action, it would undoubtedly affect his performance. The power of He Dao is so vibrating. Duan Ling Tian, are you fighting with someone? In terms of familiarity with the power of infinite sword Dao, throughout the entire world of gods and earth, no one can compare with Chen Mingho, even if he just succeeded in He Dao of infinite sword Dao. Duan Lingtian did the same thing not long after. After all, Chen Mingho had already mastered the infinite swordsmanship and enjoyed this path exclusively for many years. Now, with this abnormal movement, he can naturally see the source of the abnormal movement. The power of Hadao is so turbulent, he is definitely fighting with other Hadao realms. If he just breaks into the Tao, there is no need to use so much power of Hadao. It was not difficult for Chen Mingho to confirm this. After confirming, he narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashed, and at the same time, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Avoiding me, right? You can hide for a while, but you can hide for a lifetime? Just like now, do you want to enjoy the power of Hadao? Dream. Chen Mingho immediately left the Wanshan family and found a secluded place. With full firepower, he tried his best to use the power of infinite swordsmanship to forcibly away the power of Hadao that had been borrowed by Duan Lingtian. Phew. And this also directly caused the power of Duan Lingshan's shots to drop sharply. This is. Yu Luoha naturally discovered such an obvious change in the decline of Hideo's power. He had already had the will to die because he was injured and was no match for Duan Lingtian. But I didn't expect that it would take a turn. Has the power of infinite swordsmanship been diverted? After seeing this, Yu Luoha couldn't help laughing. Duan Lingtian, it seems that the sky will not stop me today. You are not the only one who can master this infinite sword power in this generation. It seems that Chen Mingho from the Wanshan family intends to help me. Next time we meet, I must thank him. When Duan Lingtian was chasing him, he thought it was Chen Mingho from the Wanshan family, because Chen Mingho combined the infinite way and the way of the sword, but later he found out that it was Chen Mingho from the Wanshan sect. Duan Lingtian actually joined forces with Chen Mingho in the way of conflict when Duan Lingtian took action. He didn't think that if Chen Mingho took action at the same time and snatched the power of Hadao, it would affect Duan Lingshan's performance. But, just think about it. Because, in his opinion, Chen Mingho is unlikely to offend Duan Lingtian so blatantly. After all, this time he can steal Duan Lingshan's power of harmony, but next time he fights with others, Duan Lingtian can definitely take revenge. Go. When is the time for retribution? In this case, both parties usually compromise with each other. However, what he didn't expect was that Chen Mingho actually took action. Moreover, looking at this posture, it is obvious that he is robbing the power of Hadao without any reservation. Duan Lingtian, as long as you don't conform to the third path, it will be difficult to kill me, unless Chen Mingho doesn't fight with you. However, judging from the current situation, Chen Mingho must have a grudge against you for joining the infinite sword path, otherwise it would not be possible to the power of Hadao at such a critical moment. When I regain my strength, even if Chen Mingho doesn't fight with you, don't even think about killing me. Haha. Yu Luoha's figure turned into a blade of light, broke out of the sea, and instantly disappeared into the storm and thunder, gradually drifting away. When Duan Lingshan's Hadao power was forcibly snatched away by Chen Mingho, he was about to kill Yu Luoha successfully, but in the end, he missed a move and Yu Luoha took the opportunity to escape from Duan Lingshan's lock, with the cover of storm thunder. Again, in addition, Chen Mingho continues to the power of Hadao, and it is no longer realistic for him to kill Yu Luoha. Continuing the pursuit, it was confirmed that Yu Luoha was faster than him and the distance became wider and wider. Duan Lingtian did not continue the pursuit, but paused, because he knew that this time it must be a failure. We can only wait until next time to take action. Anyway, unless Yu Luoha abandons his creation life chart, he can find him. Moreover, even if Yu Luoha abandons the creation life chart, he can still find the creation life chart. It will be even better when the time comes. He can successfully obtain the creation life chart without having to fight Yu Luoha. After all, his purpose in chasing Yu Luohi was to create the life chart. Chen Mingho. Duan Lingshan's face turned gloomy and ugly when he thought of the initiator who led to his failure in chasing Yu Luohi. He didn't even offend the other party, but the other party misunderstood him like this. Damn it. At this moment, Duan Lingshan's eyes also pulsed with murderous intent that could not be concealed. Chapter 4694. Although Yu Luoha temporarily escaped, Duan Lingshan's sense of the creation life chart is still there. No matter where he escapes to the ends of the world, as long as he is unwilling to abandon the creation life chart, Duan Lingtian can easily find him. Therefore, there is no situation where Yu Luoha will throw away Duan Lingtian. The reason why Duan Lingtian stopped and did not continue to pursue him was because as long as Chen Mingho kept acting as a stirring stick, when he took action, robbing the combined power of infinite sword Dao, he would not be able to capture Yu Luo. There is little point in continuing to pursue it. When he used the power of the infinite swordsmanship, I had a clear reaction. I guess when I used the power of the infinite swordsmanship, he who also used the infinite swordsmanship also had the same reaction. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to step in when I attack Luo He and plunder the power of Hedao, thus causing my strength to plummet. Standing in the sky above the sea of storms and thunder, Duan Lingtian looked gloomy and stared straight in one direction. That was where Hedao Jiang Tianjing of Jianglan Divine Kingdom told him before, where the Wanshan Qin clan was located. The Qin family of Wanshan is a Shuang Hetao. One of them, Hedao, is a being who combines three ways. He stands on the top of the pyramid in the world of gods and earth, overlooking the common people. It's really unpleasant, but also helpless. Duan Lingtian grinded his teeth slightly and sighed secretly in his heart, with a hint of unwillingness shining deep in his eyes. The creation chart was right in front of him, but because of Chen Mingho's blockage, he could only let it go. Now, there were two paths before him. The first way is for him to continue to improve his strength, such as integrating the third path with infinite swordsmanship, and combining the three paths into one, becoming a strong man standing at the pinnacle of the world of gods and earth, comparable to Wanshan Chen's Hedao who combined the three paths. The kind of environment. At that time, the power of Hedao he masters will no longer be the power of infinite swordsmanship. No one can rob him of his power. His strength is not weaker than that of the old monster from the Wanshan Chen sect's three paths. At that time, the creation chart will be at your fingertips. However, this road requires a lot of waiting for him. After all, the combination of three roads into one is far more difficult than the combination of two roads into one. At least for now, he has no clue. The previous union of the two realms was also due to a trip to the Temple of the Sea of Bitterness, where I had an epiphany, and that state was something that can only be encountered but cannot be sought. It was also based on that epiphany at that time that the Sea of Bitterness was added to it. Temple Eternal Night Monk with his guidance and observation of the Hedao monument, he took that step and was promoted to Hedao in a short period of time. As for the second way, it is simple and crude. Looking for a helper, he is responsible for locking Yu Luohi's position, and the other party joins forces with him to deal with Yu Luohi and seize the creation life chart. However, there is a problem. Who doesn't want the creation chart? Will the helper he is looking for not be tempted? Even if he is familiar with the Hedao of Jianglan Divine Kingdom, the Hedao of Kuhai Temple, or even the Hedao of Qionghai Divine Island, he dare not trust them. Even if they say that they are wrong about the creation chart, he will only thought they were talking its nonsense. The purpose is to let him lead the way to find the creation chart. Just like what the CEO of a large company said in an interview when he was still on Earth in his previous life. I never touch money, I have no interest in money. After all, you still have to rely on yourself. Now, Unless one of his relatives and friends appears in the Hadao realm, he cannot trust anyone. If he wants to seize the creation life chart, he can still only rely on himself. The world of Divine Land is so big that although it cannot be said to be boundless, it would be difficult for ordinary people to travel all over it. In a remote corner of the Divine Land world, behind a dangerous sea area, there is an isolated island with rich mineral deposits, which is controlled by a nearby force with a fourth level of Dao realm. Here, a group of mining slaves are imprisoned. After they were captured, they have been mining here and being squeezed for endless labor. Niantian, you said you were miserable enough. You finally got freed from the creation life chart world, and escaped being annihilated by the way of life's sacrifice. In the blink of an eye, you were sent here by the Chongshan League to supervise the miners' also restricted freedom. In the isolated island, a young man with a strong build and a feminine face shook his head and said to another young man who was tall and impressive. Hearing his companion's words, Duan Niantian smiled bitterly. I can't help it. The reputation of the daughter of vice leader Guo of the Chongshan Alliance is really... I really can't chew it up. If my father knew that I found him such a daughter-in-law, then why don't you peel off my skin? Since he was exiled from the 10,000 realms to the Divine Land world, he immediately appeared within the sphere of influence of the Chongshan Alliance. The Chongshan League is a Daoist force with a fourth level of Daoist realm. It can be regarded as a small overlord in this corner of the world of gods and earth. When he first arrived here, he naturally wanted to understand the environment he was currently in. However, in the process of getting to know him, he was attracted by the daughter of Guoqiu, the deputy leader of the Chongshan League. Guoqiu's daughter was not bad, but he had already heard about it before he was attracted by the other party. The other party's various affairs: what about 9 dragons and 1 phoenix, 2 dragons playing with phoenix. Strangely enough, the other party fell in love with him, not because she wanted him to be her male favorite, but because she wanted to get married to him. Did you say you fell in love with him at first sight? He said that he was willing to help him, and even for Mingji, the other party personally killed all his male favorites. The scene at that time makes Duan Niantian still feel numb when he thinks about it. That woman is so terrible. Not to mention her cruelty, just talking about her past, he couldn't accept it, and he didn't dare to accept it. Otherwise, if he brought such a daughter-in-law back in the future, he wouldn't be beaten by his father and mother. Originally, he was already determined to die, thinking that when the other party was angry, he would most likely kill him. But even so, he still wants to die to prove his ambition. Unexpectedly, the other party did not kill him, but sent him to this isolated island, saying that he would stay on this isolated island forever and never be able to leave. Somebody is coming. Suddenly, Duan Niantian's expression became serious, and he reached out and pulled the young man beside him to hide. After all, they had sneaked into this area. According to the rules of the isolated island, they, the supervisors, could not be lazy. If discovered, a punishment is inevitable. It's Lord Xueping and Lord Shingan. The young man next to Duan Niantian looked at an old man and a middle-aged man passing by in the air not far away through the obstruction in front, and said in a low voice. At this time, the sound of the two people chatting without deliberately concealing it was also conveyed in a timely manner. I heard that another powerful Hadao man has appeared in Jianglan Divine Kingdom. Is it true? A second Hadao has appeared in Jianglan Divine Kingdom? It's true. I heard that a life that wandered from the creation life chart world to our divine earth world was promoted to Hadao just a few decades after arriving in the divine earth world. It's really scary. Chapter 4695. In the blink of an eye, the other two people who forced Duan Niantian and the two to hide went away, but their words were clearly transmitted to the ears of Duan Niantian and the two of them, and the two could not help but look at each other in silence for a long time. Final thoughts: only the person next to Tian spoke to break the silent atmosphere. Niantian, I remember that you said. Including you, the beings in the creation life pan world were all exiled to the divine land world decades ago. How could someone be promoted to Hadao so quickly? The young man next to Duan Niantian asked curiously. You seem to have said that the most powerful being in the creation world is a strong man who is comparable to the 8th level of the Dao, and there is only one? Duan Niantian had told his friend about the world of creation, that is, the world, and even the places outside the world. However, he did not tell the other party about his family situation, nor did he tell the other party that the most recognized person in the creation chart world, the 8th level Daoist, was Duan Niantian's father, Duan Lingtian. Duan Niantian nodded. As far as he knew, in all the worlds, and even the places outside the world, before the creation world changed and the lives in it wandered into the world of gods and earth, his father was indeed the only one who entered the 8th level of the Tao, that is, the 8th strongest one. Order. Although his master, Feng Qingyang, entered the 7th level before his father, he was still at the 7th level before they wandered into the world of gods. Is it the father? Thinking of this, Duan Niantian's eyes lit up and he was extremely excited. In his opinion, if a strong person from the creation life chart world to the divine earth world has the best chance of entering the Hadao realm in a short time, he is probably his father, followed by his master Feng Qingyang. At this time, the young man next to Duan Niantian continued to speculate. Niantian, is it possible that there is a strong person you don't know about hidden in the creation world? Otherwise, if someone who entered the 8th level of the Tao a few decades ago was exiled to the world of gods and earth, in such a short period of time, even the most genius monster would have no chance of stepping into the Hadao. It's possible to be promoted to the 9th level. It is not an easy thing to achieve the Tao. There are only dozens of strong people in the world of gods and earth, but there are hundreds of people who have entered the 9th level of the Tao. In the world of gods and earth, monks who enter Taoism can be said to travel everywhere. Even among the most powerful monks who have entered the 9th level, there are still hundreds of people who have not reached the point of dying and going to bed in this world. For example, in Jianghu Divine Kingdom and Kuhai Temple, although there are only 3 people on the 9th floor of the Tao on the surface, in fact, there are still 9 people who have walked out of these 2 places and still survived. Quite a few. The reason why they did not stay in Jianghu Divine Kingdom and Kuhai Temple was because the powerful Taoists in these 2 places could not help them in understanding the 10,000 Taos, because the Tao they mastered get along with those 2 the strong do not coincide. In this case, they often go out, or travel on their own to find the Tao, or invest in some Hadao forces that are helpful to their understanding of the 10,000 Tao. In other words, 10 people who have entered the 9th level of the Tao can barely reach 1 Hadao. The remaining 9 levels of Dao were not able to enter the He Dao realm the moment before they were wiped out by time. Hearing the young man's words, Duan Niantian couldn't help but become suspicious. Is he really not his father and master? But if it weren't for them, in all the realms and beyond, could there be a third existence more powerful than them? He couldn't figure it out. However, now, he couldn't help but feel curious, wanting to know who the strong man in the Hadao realm was. It seems that now I have a chance to take a gamble. Perhaps, this is my only chance to leave here. Duan Niantian's eyes flashed. He was confined to this isolated island and was not allowed to leave. Even the Taoist masters stationed on the island did not dare to offend the deputy leader of the Chongshan League named Gua because of him. After all, he was the one named by the other party to be trapped here until he died of old age. Yu Chang, let's go back first. Duan Niantian greeted his companion and returned to his post. Then when the other party began to monitor the mining slaves at work, he walked towards the location of the 2 strong men who had just come over. Those are 2 powerful people who have entered the Tao, but they are only on the 1st level of the Tao. They are considered figures in the Chongshan League. One of them is the person in charge of this isolated island, and the other is responsible for taking people back and forth to receive the mineral deposits excavated here. Leader. Master Shueping, Master Shingan, there is an overseer named Duan Niantian who wants to see you if there is something urgent. Soon, someone came to report to the only 2 Dao realms on the isolated island. Duan Niantian was not qualified to meet the 2 of them directly. Duan Niantian? Xing'an frowned, this name sounds familiar. Shueping on the side smiled and said, it's normal for you to feel familiar, because that boy was sent here by Miss Gua decades ago. She bluntly said that he would be trapped here until he died of old age, making his life worse than death. It's him. I remembered. Xing'an suddenly realized that he had heard about this incident back then, and at the same time he could not understand the choice made by the guy named Duan Niantian. He could obviously get married to Miss Gua, climb up the ranks of vice leader Guo of their Chongshan alliance, and live on top of others from now on. But he rejected Miss Guo and could only spend the rest of his life on this isolated island. But why did he come to us? Xing'an was a little confused. Wouldn't it be better to let him come over? Xue Ping smiled. Soon, the two of them saw Duan Yintian, and Xue Ping glanced at each other lightly. Duan Yintian, I heard that you have something urgent to come to us for. Tell me, what's the matter? Upon hearing the inquiry, Duan Yintian glanced at the other people nearby. Seeing this, Xue Ping narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that Duan Yintian didn't want anyone else besides himself and Xing'an to hear what he was going to say next. This also made him even more curious, and he repeatedly ordered the others beside him to step back. Soon, only Duan Yintian, Xue Ping, and Xing'an were left at the scene. Can we talk now? Xing'an also looked at Duan Yintian with interest, wondering what the other party wanted to say to them. Two adults, before I say anything, I want to ask you too. I heard that a second Hedao strongman appeared in Jianglan Divine Kingdom recently, but I don't know if his surname is Duan. Duan Yintian took a deep breath and asked while holding his breath, fearing that the other party would say no. After all, this is his only chance to escape from here. Originally, he was thinking of escaping on his own after he was promoted to Taoism. But that would undoubtedly take a long time. Now that he had the chance to leave, he naturally didn't want to wait any longer. Chapter 4696. Faced with Duan Nianshan's inquiry, Xue Ping looked at Xing'an, because he also heard from Xing'an about the news about the appearance of a second Hedao realm powerhouse in Jianglan Divine Kingdom. He didn't know the specific details. Xing'an stared at Duan Yintian with lightning eyes and asked meaningfully, Duan Yintian, why are you asking this? Could it be that you want to say that you have some relationship with that strong man in the Hedao realm? Don't think that you both have the surname Duan. And have similar names, you can fool us. As Xing'an finished speaking, Duan Yintian hadn't spoken yet, but Xue Ping on the side was startled. Similar names? Although he learned from Xing'an that there was a strong man newly promoted to Hedao from Jianglan Divine Kingdom, and he was from Xing'an. People who live in the world of creation and horoscope and live in the world of gods and earth do not understand the specific situation of the other party, and they do not know the other party at all. Name. Now, after hearing Xing'an's words, he couldn't help but be curious. Similar names? What name? Xing'an glanced at Xue Ping and said, It is said that the new Hedao from Jianglan Divine Kingdom made an astonishing name in Jianglan Divine Kingdom when he entered the Taoist realm. He was known as the Reverse Divine Sword, and his full name is Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is now famous not only in the surrounding areas of Jianglan Divine Kingdom, but also in all parts of the Divine Land. In fact, because of the long time gap now, even the Chongshan League, a small force in the mountains of the Divine Land world, began to spread the news about his name and the various things he had done in Jianglan Divine Kingdom. Trace. All this is just because he was promoted to a powerful Hedao man. Looking at the entire world of gods and earth, there are only a few dozen people. Duan Lingtian? While Xue Ping's pupils shrank and his face looked horrified, Duan Yintian on the side couldn't help but turn red and his whole body was shaking violently. Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel inexplicably excited. His father was promoted to a powerful Hedao man. How many years has it been? Less than 100 years ago. Less than 100 years after arriving in the world of gods and earth, his father, who had just arrived in the world of gods and earth and was comparable to the 8th level of Taoism, was promoted to the top being in the world of gods and earth. Xing'an was naturally aware of Duan Nianshan's abnormality, and even with his strength and spiritual awareness, he could easily feel Duan Nianshan's emotional fluctuations, and it didn't look like he was pretending on purpose. The names are too similar, right? There's only one word missing. Xue Ping also looked at Duan Yintian, and after seeing that he was very excited, asked, Duan Yintian, you also come from the world of creation life charts, and your name comes from the same place. The strong men of Hedao in the creation world are so similar. You two can't. Does it really matter? At this time, Duan Nianshan's emotions calmed down a little. He looked at Xue Ping and said bluntly, Master Xue Ping, Duan Lingtian is my father. With just one sentence, both Xue Ping and Xing'an couldn't help but lose their composure. Soon, Xue Ping came back to his senses and said repeatedly, "Impossible." He fell on Duan Yintian with a scrutinizing gaze and sneered, "Duan Yintian, you must have known the news about the Hedao realm powerhouse in advance, so you deliberately made up such lies, right? If you are really the son of that powerful Hedao man, let alone the recent breakthrough to the Hedao realm, even if he just wandered into the world of gods and earth decades ago, it is said that he has already reached the 8th level of Taoism. You have a father who has reached the 8th level. Will you be imprisoned here by Misqua?" He had to question. After all, not to mention that Duan Yintian had a father who had entered the 8th level. Even if his father was only a person above the 4th level, Misqua would not dare to provoke him. After all, even the people behind Misqua, they Guoqiu, the deputy leader of the Chongshan Alliance, has only entered the 3rd level of Taoism. The strongest person in their Chongshan Alliance, the leader of the Shenlong Alliance who has never seen the beginning or end of the dragon, has only reached the 4th level of the Tao. Hearing Xue Ping's words, Xing An's eyes on Duan Yintian were also a little more suspicious. After all, what Xue Ping said was completely reasonable. If Duan Yintian had such a father, he would be reduced to the situation he is now. How could she be forced to this point by the daughter of a mere 3rd-level Taoist? Facing the two people's doubts, Duan Yintian did not panic. After all, he did not lie. He smiled bitterly and said, "Two adults, with the temperament of Misqua, if I claim that I have a father who has reached the 8th level, I am afraid that definitely will think I'm lying. Even if she doesn't think I'm lying, she will most likely choose to kill someone to silence me if she offends me like that. My father is not only no longer around, but he has wandered to nowhere in the world of gods and earth. Even if I want him to help me, water from afar cannot cure my thirst for nearness. If she has the intention to kill me, I might take the risk. But the problem is, she didn't kill me. So, in order to survive, I can only choose to endure the humiliation and bear the burden." Speaking later, Duan Yintian also looked helpless. Before the two of them could speak again, Duan Yintian looked at the two of them seriously and said sincerely, "Two adults, I don't ask you to let me go now. After all, what I say is unfounded. In your opinion, nor it must be true. However, I still hope that the two adults can find someone to visit Jianglan Divine Kingdom to confirm this matter. I believe that if my father knew my situation, he would definitely come to save me personally. And the two adults will also be able to receive a favor from my father. The favor of a strong man in the Hedao realm is enough for the two adults to send someone to give it a try. There is actually no loss for the two adults, as long as they don't inform Guo Lily of the matter. As long as you are just confirming secretly, even if it turns out that I am lying, you don't have to worry about getting punished for it. Blame Guo Lily." Guo Lily, also known as Miss Guo by Xue Ping and her husband, is the daughter of Guoqiu, the deputy leader of the Chongshan League. After hearing Duan Nianshan's words, Xue Ping and Xing'an looked at each other, and they both saw movement in each other's eyes. After all, this is an opportunity to get a favor from a strong man in the Hedao realm. A strong man in the Hedao realm. In the past, in their eyes, the leader of the Chongshan Alliance, who was at the 4th level of Dao realm, was an extremely powerful being that they looked up to. A strong person in the Hedao realm is someone that the leader of their Chongshan Alliance may not be able to meet even if they want to. Such an existence and a favor can definitely make them reach the sky in one step. I think we can try it. What do you think? Xue Ping Chuanin communicated with Xing and Xing'an responded, "You can give it a try. It just so happens that after a while, I need to travel far away, and that direction is the direction to Jianglan Divine Kingdom. I will go there in person to see if I can meet the powerful Hedao realm. Please, find out whether what Yintian said in this paragraph is true or false." Chapter 4697. As Duan Yintian said, this matter is beneficial to both Shingan and Xue Ping. It doesn't hurt to give it a try. If they really get it right, for them, it is a favor from a strong man in the Hedao realm. They had never dreamed of such an outrageous good thing in the past. After the decision was made through the communication, Xing'an looked at Duan Yintian, his face softened a lot. "Yintian. I will personally go to Jianglan Divine Kingdom to confirm this matter. If what you said is true, I will make your father the first time comes to save you get out. You also know that even if Xue Ping and I believe you, we don't dare to save you. After all, behind Miss Gua is Deputy Alliance Leader Gua. Although we are also elders of the Chongshan Alliance and seem to have a high status, our value to the Chongshan Alliance is not as valuable as one of Deputy Leader Gua's fingers if we are tied together. Even regardless of this, in terms of strength, together they are far from the opponent of Deputy Alliance Leader Gua. So, you have to understand us. As soon as Xing'an finished speaking, Duan Yintian hadn't spoken yet. Xue Ping also echoed from the side, and his attitude towards Duan Yintian also changed. If this is really the son of a strong man in the Hadao realm, then that is, they need to flatter and support its existence must not be neglected. Even if it's not completely confirmed yet, it's impossible for him to treat the other party as seriously as he did in the past. My lords, I understand. It was not difficult for Duan Yintian to guess what the two of them were thinking, but they still needed their help now, so he said it very politely. At this moment, he also saw the light of escape. At the same time, something moved in his mind. Mother should be with father. I just don't know if father has found Xiling and the others. At this thought, he couldn't help but sigh secretly. Since he wandered into the world of gods and lands decades ago, he has been alone. Although he had companions by his side when he was wandering around in the outer land, before the collapse of the outer land, he happened to be alone, so that he and his companions they didn't live together somewhere in the world of gods. Over the years, in this world of gods and earth, although his life is not worse than life, it is also extremely boring and helpless. It is completely different from the past when he was in Wanjia and the land outside the world. How many times he was in a daze, thinking about the good life in the past. However, all of that, before today, had become a mirror in his eyes, hard to reach, and a luxury. But today, after learning that the new Hadao powerhouse in Jianglan Divine Kingdom was his father Duan Lingtian, he realized that everything he enjoyed in the past might not be able to come back. His father was not only the top strong man who could protect him in the world of the world and the world outside the world in the past, but now he was also the ceiling that could protect him in the world of gods and earth. Now, just wait for Xing'an to go to Jianglan Divine Kingdom to confirm my identity. Duan Yintian was not worried about this, because he never lied or felt guilty at all. In the next period of time, Duan Yintian lived a much more comfortable life on this isolated island, because Xue Ping secretly took care of him, so that he would not be treated like a donkey like in the past. The reason why it was secretly was because before it was confirmed that Duan Yintian was the son of a strong man in the Hadao realm, Xue Ping did not dare to offend Miss Gua because of Duan Yintian. In this isolated island, there is also Miss Gua's spy. However, it was difficult for others to detect Xue Ping's little tricks, but Yu Chang, who had the best relationship with Duan Yintian and had long noticed that Xue Ping often deliberately made things difficult for Duan Yintian in the past, realized something was wrong. Yintian, Xue Ping is. No, are you in a good mood? I don't even call you around like I used to, probably. Duan Yintian was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Regarding the fact that his father is a new member of the Jianglan Divine Kingdom, he has no plans to tell the other party for the time being, because telling the other party is useless except to show off, and if the other party really betrays his trust, Guolili will know in advance. Shao, this is not a good thing for him. It's really weird. Then Xue Ping, what good thing happened to him? Yu Chang was very curious about this, but after racking his brains, he couldn't figure out what good thing happened to the other party. It was rare that he didn't continue to target Duan Yintian. At the same time, after Xing'an went out to finish his own affairs, he continued to move forward, aiming directly at the location of Jianglan Divine Kingdom. After all, she was a first-level Daoist realm. After a while, she finally entered the territory of Jianglan Divine Kingdom, and immediately found out the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian, the newly promoted Hadao powerhouse of Jianglan Divine Kingdom. The capital of Jianglan Divine Kingdom, Duan Mansion. Then, of course, he asked to see Duan Lingtian and frankly told him that there was news about Duan Lingshan's son, Duan Yintian. Duan Yintian? Now, although there are no relatives or friends of Duan Lingtian among the remaining people in the Duan Mansion, there are still some people who know the existence of Duan Niantian. After getting the news, some people immediately went to find the old man Qingyun, Zhaoani. He was also the strongest 7th-level powerhouse of the Qingyun holy sect in the land outside the world in the past. Before Duan Lingtian left last time, he had approached Zhaoani and asked him to help take care of the remaining people in the Duan family. Does anyone know the news about Duan Niantian, the son of brother Lingtian? Zhaoani naturally knew that the son of brother Lingtian had not been found yet. Now that someone came to the door and said that he had news about the other party, he naturally did not dare to neglect and quickly said, "Put down what you were doing for a while and go to Duan Mansion." Now, he also knows that the new Hadao of Jianglan Divine Kingdom is Duan Lingtian. When I first found out about it, I was naturally extremely shocked. Apart from being shocked, I was also happy for Duan Lingtian, and even felt confident in my heart. I felt that in the lives of those who came out of the creation life chart world, there was finally someone comparable to the divine soil. The existence of the top group of strong men in the world. Moreover, he has been tied to Duan Lingtian for a long time. Duan Lingtian is stronger and he can live a more prosperous life in the world of gods and earth. Do you really have news about Duan Niantian, the son of my brother Lingtian? After seeing the person coming, Zhaoani asked straight to the point. At the same time, his spiritual consciousness unfolded, and his aura swept out, oppressing the other person's body, making him tremble, and his eyes were dead. Staring at the opponent's face, wanting to confirm whether the other party is lying through their micro-expressions. So strong. Xing'an was shocked in his heart. At the same time, he felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart. He realized that the person in front of him was definitely above the 4th level of the Tao, so he quickly begged for mercy. "My lord, please put away your spirit. Knowledge, if Duan Lingtian, if your excellency really has a son named Duan Niantian, I do know where he is now." But he didn't know that Zhaoani was not a 4th-level Daoist, but a 7th-level Daoist. Where is he? Zhao Enya's eyes lit up, and at the same time he stopped pressing the other party and asked bluntly. After learning about Duan Niantian's current situation from Xing'an, Zhao Enya's face darkened and his eyes shone with coldness. "My lord, please convey this matter to Lord Duan Lingtian." Xing'an continued. Although the strength of the person in front of him is not weak, not even under the leader of their Chongshan alliance, the target of his trip is the newly promoted Hadao strongmen, not the other party. The other party's favor is not in the Hadao realm. The favor of a strong person is of high value. Chapter 4698. Brother Lingtian has gone away on business and won't be back for a while. Zhaoani glanced at the other party and said impatiently, "You can tell me the same thing about this matter. Don't worry, if this matter is done, as long as you can help me bring back my Niantian nephew, I, Zhaoani, will never treat you badly." I, Zhaoani, although my strength is far inferior to that of brother Lingtian, I am also at the 7th level of Taoism. At this time, after hearing Zhao Enya's words, Xing'an finally came to his senses. Brother Lingtian? The man in front of him seems to have called Duan Lingtian, the powerful Hadao man, brother Lingtian from the very beginning. This shows that the relationship between the two is extraordinary. Moreover, the opponent turned out to be a being on the 7th level of the Tao, much stronger than he imagined. Such an existence is far inferior to even the leader of their Chongshan alliance. Xing'an took a deep breath, looked at Zhaoani with a careful smile and said, "Sir Zhaoani, if you bring Master Niantian back, I hope you can say a few nice words for me in front of Master Duan Lingtian in the future, and tell him that his name is Shingan, and he is an elder of the Chongshan League in the Dark Night Forest in the eastern region of Shaoshan Island." After confirming that what Duan Niantian said was true, Shingan also called Duan Niantian Master Niantian, and seemed to be very familiar with him. Hearing Xing'an's words, Zhaoani took a deep look at Xing'an and finally came to his senses. This is his plan to ask for favors from his brother Lingtian. He smiled calmly and said, "Brother Shingan, don't worry about this. If you can help my nephew Niantian return home, let alone my brother Lingtian, I won't treat you badly. Even I won't treat you badly. You know, my nephew Niantian is the only son of brother Lingtian. You should know what he means to my brother Lingtian. It can be said that even if you make demands of me, as long as I can do my best, I will never treat you badly. As soon as Zhao Ani said these words, Xing'an was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that Duan Yintian was the only son of the newly promoted Hedao strongman. It seemed that he had made a lot of money this time. He didn't expect that he just came to confirm with the idea of try it, which verified the truth of what Duan Yintian said. At the same time, he thought of the eldest lady of the Guo family who had imprisoned Duan Yintian on that isolated island. This time, not only will Guo Lily be in trouble, but also our Chongshan League's deputy leader Guo Qiu, and even the entire the Guo family will probably be in trouble too. As for betraying his deputy leader, Xing'an didn't feel any psychological pressure at all. Because he knew that even if the alliance leader knew about this, the alliance leader would not be unhappy. After all, he was the one who saved the Chongshan alliance. If the powerful Hedao men came to the door on their own, would the Chongshan alliance still exist? As the leader of the Chongshan alliance, can he still survive? When the time comes, the alliance leader will definitely be very grateful to him. Coupled with the care of the 7th level Daoist in front of him and the favor of the Hedao level powerhouse, Xing'an will reach the pinnacle of his life from now on. Master Zhao Ani, when is it convenient for you to come with me? Xing'an asked. Zhao Ani pondered for a moment and said, I will go to the royal family first to say hello to someone, and then I will come back and set off with you. There is no way, now he is not only taking care of the people in Duan Mansion, but also his own people. There are many people here who need his care. When he leaves temporarily, he must say hello to the royal family and ask them to take care of them. His own people and the people of Duan Mansion. With the friendship between his Ling Tian brother and the powerful royal family, it was impossible for the powerful royal family to refuse this. Zhao Ani went to the royal family. After saying hello, he asked directly if he wanted the royal family to send a strong person to accompany him. In the end, for the sake of safety along the way, Zhao Ani was accompanied by a 7-level strongman from the royal family and went with him to the remote Shaoshan Island. When Xing'an listened to Zhao Enya's introduction to the new faces around him, he was not too shocked. After all, he was also the son of a newly promoted Hedao strongman from Jianglan Divine Kingdom. It was very reasonable for the royal family to send a strong man to accompany him to pick him up. In this way, Xing'an took Zhao Ani back to Shaoshan Island. On the way, Xing'an also told Zhao Ani truthfully what happened to Duan Yintian there. Before Zhao Ani could speak, the strong man from the royal family was already numb and took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that there would be someone who could seek death to that extent. Even the only son of a strong man in the Tao realm would dare to provoke him like that. Waiting place step, it is simply asking for death. Zhao Enya's face turned completely gloomy, his eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he had already sentenced the Guo family father and daughter to death in his heart. Zhao Ani led Xing'an along the way, so the same journey took Xing'an a long time to go to Jianglan Divine Kingdom, but it didn't take long to go back. Lord Zhao Ani, in front of you is Shaoshan Divine Island. Shaoshan Divine Island, there used to be a strong Hedao master, but that strong Hedao passed away 3,000 years ago. Now the strongest ones on Shaoshan Divine Island are two but in the existence of the 9 levels of the Tao. When he was about to arrive at Shaoshan Divine Island, Xing'an introduced to Zhao Ani, our Chongshan alliance is just an ordinary force in the Dark Night Forest in the eastern region of Shaoshan Divine Island. The strongest leader is a being who has entered the 4th level of Taoism. As for the deputy alliance leader Guo Qiu, he has only entered the 3rd level of Taoism. Soon, Xing'an took Zhao Ani directly to an isolated island near the Dark Night Forest on the coast. It was also a mining area occupied by the Chongshan League, and Duan Yintian was inside. Xue Ping saw Xing'an bringing someone back, and the two people around Xing'an gave him a feeling of extreme danger. He didn't even need Xing'an to tell him, he had already guessed that what Duan Yintian said was true, and it was indeed that Jianglan God the son of Guoxin Hedao. Xue Ping, take the 2 adults to see Master Yintian. Xing'an urged. At the same time, the voice message reminded, these 2 are both strong men who have entered the 7th level. Entering the 7th floor. Hearing this, Xing'an's heart trembled. With such a presence, looking at the entire Shaoshan Island, he was considered a giant. "Two adults, please come this way." Shui Ping did not dare to neglect and quickly took the two of them to find Duan Niantian. "Niantian, do you still remember me?" Zhao Ani had met Duan Niantian before. Although he only met him once, he remembered him in his heart. Now he saw this man who was somewhat similar to his Ling Tian brother again. Little guy, of course he recognized the right person at a glance square. "You are Uncle Zhao." Duan Niantian naturally remembers Zhao Ani. After all, this was the most powerful 7th-level powerhouse of the Qingyun holy sect in the land outside the world. "Haha, it's me." Zhao Ani laughed, "Don't worry, you are completely safe from now on. Uncle Zhao will take you home." As soon as these words came out, Duan Niantian looked excited and felt that his waist was completely straightened. Chapter 4699. Since Yu Luoha, the new owner of the creation chart, was indirectly rescued by Chen Mingho of the Wanshan family, Duan Lingtian followed the attraction of the creation chart to him and chased Yu Luoha several times. However, at every critical moment, Chen Mingho would take action to seize the combined power of infinite sword Dao, greatly reducing his strength, allowing Yu Luoha to escape again and again. Even, the most recent time, Yu Luoha the injury further recovered. Under Chen Mingho's tricks, Yu Luoha did not even choose to escape. Instead, he stayed and fought with him fiercely. In the end, it ended in a draw, and Yu Luoha also, after confirming that he couldn't take down Duan Lingtian, he laughed arrogantly and walked away. "Duan Lingtian, I advise you not to mess with me again. Otherwise, when I recover further from my injury next time, and with Chen Mingho's help from across the air, you will be doomed to be disgraced when you fight me." This time, Yu Luoha was very arrogant when he left, as if he was eager for Duan Lingtian to find him again. Duan Lingtian's face was naturally very ugly. Because he knew that although the other party's words were unpleasant, they were true. The recent battles also made him realize that Yu Luoha's injuries were constantly recovering, and now he had recovered to the point where he could draw a tie with him who was beaten by Chen Mingho. Next time, as Yu Luoha recovers further from his injury, he will most likely be at a disadvantage if he continues to be overtaken by Chen Mingho. Watching Yu Luoha leave, Duan Lingtian did not pursue him because he knew that it would be useless to pursue him, and at most he would end up in a draw. Although I felt aggrieved and angry, there was nothing I could do about it. Chen Mingho. After coming to the world of gods and earth for nearly 100 years, Duan Lingtian felt unforgettable hatred for a person for the first time. The murderous intent in his eyes was hard to hide. "This account, one day, I, Duan Lingtian, will make a good settlement with you Ichiban." In a flash, Duan Lingtian had disappeared from the spot. At the same time, in the distant Wanshan clan, Chen Mingho, who was fighting for the way, confirmed that Duan Lingtian did not continue to use the infinite power of swordsmanship, and then stopped, with a sinister smile on his lips. "Duan Lingtian, as long as I, Chen Mingho, are here, you can't even think about using the combined power of infinite sword Dao to your heart's content." At some point, an old figure appeared. He glanced at Chen Mingho and shook his head. "If you do this, you will not only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Even for you, you will kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 to yourself. Today, you can steal Ling Tian's combined power. In the future, when you fight with others, he can also steal the power and affect you. The person coming is none other than the being of the Wanshan family who combines the 3 realms, Qin Zhouxiao. Grandpa, you don't have to persuade me on this matter." Chen Mingho shook his head and said, "If I don't do this, my thoughts will not be clear, and it will be difficult to comprehend the 3rd path to the 9th level, let alone combine the 3rd path." Furthermore, Duan Lingtian came out of the world of creation and life, and is helpless in the world of gods and earth. He can only rely on himself for everything. If he is overtaken by me, he will definitely feel more frustrated than if I am overtaken by him. After all, I still have my grandfather as my backer. With you here, Grandpa, who dares to bully me? After talking about it, a look of pride appeared on Chen Mingho's face at the right time. Seeing this, Chen Zhouxiao said no more. When the news of Duan Lingtian's promotion to Hadao spread throughout most of the world of gods and earth, People who had a grudge against him from the original birth chart also received news one after another. Duan Lingtian was promoted to Hadao. During the recent period, although Lei Hong was still in Jianglan Divine Kingdom, he had been in seclusion and ignored what was going on outside the window. It was not until he left seclusion today that he heard that Duan Lingtian had been promoted to the Hadao realm a year ago. For a moment, his expression turned completely gloomy. Although he was no match for Duan Lingtian when he created the Life Pan world, and was even almost killed by Duan Lingtian, and wasted his life-saving means, this did not affect his hatred for Duan Lingtian at all. He was not afraid of the other party, and even dreamed of taking revenge on Duan Lingtian in various ways. This was also the reason why he wanted to take action against Duan Mansion last time when Duan Lingtian was not in Duan Mansion. He knew that he was hardly Duan Lingshan's opponent and could only seek revenge in this way. Although he has always known in his heart that with Duan Lingshan's heaven-defying talent, even if they were exiled to the world of gods and earth together, it would be difficult for him to catch up with him. However, it did not mean that he did not want to chase him, close the distance with him, or even as for catching up with each other one day in the future. The world of Divine Land is huge, with many opportunities and adventures beyond ordinary people's imagination. Maybe one day he will get lucky and catch up with Duan Lingtian or even surpass Duan Lingtian by chance. But now, after learning that Duan Lingtian was promoted to Hadao, he felt despair deep in his heart. He felt that it was almost impossible for him to catch up with Duan Lingtian in this life. Under such circumstances, it is naturally impossible for him to be in a good mood. Therefore, Lei Hong found a restaurant and kept pouring himself alcohol, making himself like a drunkard. He drank for several days and nights before stopping. Finally, when he sobered up, he began to warn himself, from now on, unless you are completely sure, you cannot easily touch the people around Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian is not what he used to be, and there may be some tricks left that can cause him to capsize in the gutter. Revenge must still be avenged. However, you need to be more cautious. Not only was Lei Hong depressed about Duan Lingshan's breakthrough, but also Yun Xinfeng, who was somewhere in the Divine Land world far away from Jianglan Divine Kingdom, was also the former Yun Qinyan. After learning that Duan Lingtian was promoted to Hadao, my face is also difficult look beyond compare. His luck is pretty good. After coming to the world of gods and earth, he has encountered many adventures, and now he has entered the 4th level of the Dao. Under this situation, he felt that the distance between him and Duan Lingtian was getting closer and closer, and he might not have the chance to kill Duan Lingtian with his own hands. After all, before this, he, who was outside the boundary, never dared to dream that he would still be able to kill Duan Lingtian. I can kill Duan Lingtian with my own hands because the gap is too big, and there is a forbidden calamity blocking the way. Even if an ordinary person can break through to the strongest level, at the 6th level, it is also difficult to enter the 7th level. After coming to the Divine Land world, he felt like a fish in water, and even felt that this was his blessed land. More than once, he has dreamed of coming to seek revenge on Duan Lingtian in person, trampling Duan Lingtian under his feet again, recreating the scenes when he trampled Duan Lingtian under his feet when he went to that secular plane. Even after stepping on it, he will not let Duan Lingtian go like he did in the past. This time he will kill Duan Lingtian completely to avoid future troubles. He still regretted the thought he had made at that time, raising a tiger for trouble, and he still regretted it when he thought about it. He wished he could be reborn and go back to that moment, where he killed Duan Lingtian completely regardless of his cousin Xia Ningxu's dissuasion. Now, after learning that Duan Lingtian had broken through and been promoted to the Hadao realm, Yun Xinfeng collapsed on the ground with a look of despair and helplessness on his face, and the confidence he had finally built collapsed. How to pursue this? Duan Lingtian has now been promoted to Hadao and has become one of the dozens of most powerful people in the world of gods and earth. Even if he has a chance to become a strong man in the Hadao realm in the future, it is unrealistic to catch up with Duan Lingtian and want to kill him. Moreover, he really has no confidence that he can succeed in Hadao and enter Hadao in his lifetime. Hadao is so difficult. Chapter 4700. Whether it was Lei Hong or Yun Xinfeng, Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what they were thinking right now. Of course, the current Duan Ling Tian has not noticed these two people for a long time. At most, he is a little defensive in his heart to avoid being taken advantage of by the other party to steal his home and hurt his relatives and friends. Although he has now become a strong man in the Hadao realm, he is too busy to take care of his family and friends at all times. The world of divine earth, unlike the world of creation and destiny, has the power of laws, which can condense the clones of laws. At first, when the world of creation and destiny collapsed and fell into the world of gods and earth, Duan Lingshan's clone of laws was annihilated and disappeared. Unless you can return to the creation life chart world again and sense the power of the law, you cannot condense the law clone again. Go back first. Duan Ling Tian, who did not intend to continue chasing Yu Luoha, chose to go back to his wife's parents. After confirming that they were all safe and sound, he returned to Jianglan Divine Kingdom alone. Is there any news about Niantian? After learning from the royal family of Jianglan Kingdom that someone knew about his son Duan Niantian, and that Zhao Ani had brought a royal family to the 7th level to pick up his son, Duan Lingshan's eyes brightened, and he also told Jiang Hai Shandao said thanks. Jiang Tianzheng, the powerful Daoist in the royal family, hardly cares about anything. Except for the contemporary emperor, the person in charge of the royal family is Jiang Haishan, who is on the 9th level of Taoism. Looking at the entire Shaoshan Divine Island, the Chongshan Alliance is just an insignificant small force. The Dark Night Forest, which is located in the coastal corner of the eastern region, cannot even be ranked among the top 3 among the many forces in the Dark Night Forest. If we say that the strongest force in Shaoshan Island is none other than the Shaoshan Dao sect. Just by looking at the name, you can tell that this sect has the same name as Shaoshan Divine Island. In fact, the reason why Shaoshan Divine Island was renamed Shaoshan Divine Island was because of Shaoshan Dao sect. The Shaoshan Dao sect may not be the oldest force on the Shaoshan Island, but it is definitely the most powerful force. Just because, in the history of Shaoshan Dao sect, there have been 3 strong men in the He Dao realm. Even the last strong man in the Hadao realm on Shaoshan Island came from the Shaoshan Dao sect. Although there are no powerful people in the Hadao realm in the contemporary Shaoshan Dao sect, there are as many as 3 people who have entered the 9th level of the Dao. As for the 8th level of the Dao, there are more than 10 people. Of course, most of them are traveling outside to seek breakthroughs. Only 1 who has entered the 9th level and 3 who have entered the 8th level stay in the Shaoshan Dao sect. One of them, who entered the 8th level of Taoism, was named Yang Tianhe, and he was the great elder of Shaoshan Taoism. Now, he was frowning and looking at his son in front of him. Do you really want to marry her? With her status and background, she is not worthy of being your Taoist companion. Yang Tianhe looks like a middle-aged man, with a resolute face, tall body, and a hint of majesty in his movements. And his son Yang Chun, whose facial features are quite similar to his, has a hint of immaturity between his eyebrows. At this time, he is looking at Yang Tianhe seriously. Father, Yao Yao and I are. Love. Love? Yang Tianhe smiled coldly. In my opinion, she has taken a fancy to your background, right? The person you love her may not necessarily be the one she loves. Yang Tianhe had many children in his life, but the one he loved most was the young son in front of him. His love for this young son even made other sons doubt whether they were his biological children. Father, Yao Yao doesn't know my identity. Yang Chun said seriously. Even in front of her, I only showed the same level of cultivation as hers. Moreover, our meeting was purely a coincidence. Before Yang Tianhe could speak, Yang Chun begged, Father, please help the child. With your status, you don't need the child to marry anyone, just let the child be with true love. Seeing this, Yang Tian's frown deepened, but he didn't say anything more and said calmly, Now, as a father, I am curious, what kind of woman is it that makes you obsessed with this? Take me with you. If your father thinks she's okay, then he can propose marriage to his family and choose a good day for you to marry her. Hearing this, Yang Chun was ecstatic. Thank you, father. Thank you, father. Yao Yao will definitely satisfy you. Let's go. Yang Tianhe stepped out, and in a blink of an eye he was already thousands of miles away from Shaoshan Dao sect, and his son was also taken with him. You said before that her home is in the east region? Yes, father. Yang Chun responded quickly, she is the second daughter of Wuxia, the deputy leader of the Dark Night Forest Chongshan Alliance in the eastern region. Her name is Guoyaoyao, and she has an older sister. It's a coincidence. When Yang Tianhe and Yang Chun, father and son, arrived at the Chongshan League and near the Guo Mansion, it happened that Xing'an was leading the way to the Guo Mansion for Zhao Ani, Duan Niantian and the 7th-level powerhouse from the royal family of the Jianglan Divine Kingdom to arrive at the Guo Mansion, and Zhao Ani said Ru Hongzhong shouted coldly, Guoqiu, take your daughter and get out and die. Zhao Enya's voice, carrying terrifying power, vibrating and giving, swept through the Guo Mansion, making the entire Guo Mansion restless, and more than 90% of the people were in a state of panic. He was so shaken by the sound that he felt dizzy, and even had bleeding from all his orifices. He fell directly to the ground and died. After a moment, a pale-faced man with a beard came out of the air and looked at Zhao Ani in the distance. His eyes were full of fear, but he still had the courage to raise his hands and asked, My lord, I don't know how my daughter and I were offended, you? Although Duan Niantian was standing next to Zhao Ani, Guoqiu did not know Duan Niantian because the two had never met before. Duan Niantian? However, at this moment, Guo Lily, a young woman with a good face and a slightly fat body, who was in the Guo Mansion, was pale and staring at Zhao Ani with shock and disbelief. Duan Niantian said, Why? Could it be him? Where did he find such a strong person? Is this your revenge on me? At this moment, Guo Lily's heart was full of regret. If she had known that this thought could lead to today's scene, she should have directly destroyed the opponent and eradicated it. Sister, do you know him? Next to Guo Lily was another beautiful woman who looked very similar to her, much prettier than her, and had a much stronger figure. Her face was also slightly pale at this time. The sound just now was so terrifying that it shocked her. Her eardrums were ruptured, and her meridians were almost disrupted while she was practicing. She is none other than Guoqiu's second daughter, Guoyaoyao. Yao Yao. At this time, Yang Chun, who had just arrived, also saw Guoyaoyao. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he said to Yang Tianhe beside him, Father, that is the person I like, Guoyaoyao. It's better to come early than to come by chance. Now someone happens to be looking for trouble for my future father-in-law and future sister-in-law. Father, please come out to protect them. In this way, they will definitely treat me as my future uncle in a different light. Chapter 4701. However, unlike his son Yang Chun's innocence, when Yang Tianhe looked at the person who was attacking the Guo family not far away, his eyes showed a bit of solemnity. This old man, and another middle-aged man beside him, stood there with their consciousness exposed. It was not difficult for him to confirm that both of them were 7th-level Dao existences. Although they were weaker than him, they had this level of cultivation, definitely not ordinary people. At least, there is no existence of this level in the eastern Dark Night Forest. In other words, these two people came from outside the Dark Night Forest. Shut up. Yang Tianhe scolded his son Yang Chun, You idiot, what else can you think of besides women? Two 7th-level Daoists came to the Guo family to cause trouble. There must be a reason. You can't even connect these two people. I don't even know his background, so I just thought it's so stupid to show off in front of that woman. Two people entering the 7th level? Yang Chun was frightened when he heard his father's words. He never expected that the people who came to the Guo family to cause trouble this time were actually two beings who had entered the 7th level. They were powerful beings second only to his father. Killing him would be as easy as trampling an ant to death. The other side. After learning the ins and outs of the matter from Duan Niantian, Guoqiu's face turned pale. He never expected that his daughter would provoke someone with such a background. He actually didn't know about this. It was all done by his daughter alone. Two adults, this young master, Guoqiu, did not know about this matter. It was all done by my daughter Guo Lily. I will bring her here and hand her over to you. After Guoqiu finished speaking, he hurriedly brought his daughter Guo Lily over, and Guoyaoyao also followed. Guoqiu had many sons, but only two daughters, so he loved his two daughters the most. However, now that the eldest daughter has caused a huge disaster, he knows full well that he cannot save her. Rather than die together, it is better to send the eldest daughter out and hand it over to the other party, so that he may still be able to survive. Father, what are you doing? Guo Lily's face changed drastically, and her eyes looking at Duan Niantian were also filled with fear. If she had known that Duan Niantian had this background, she would not have dared to provoke him even if she was killed. Even if he provoked him, he would have definitely eradicated it long ago, so that the other party would not come to settle the score today. Just now, before her father Wuxia left, he had told her that the people who came were so powerful that they were even far superior to the leader of their Chongshan alliance. What does that mean? It means that the person coming is at least on the 5th level. If you have done something wrong, take responsibility for it yourself and don't involve your family. A hint of unbearability flashed deep in Guoqiu's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination, and he gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. When Guo Lily heard this, her pretty face turned pale, and her whole body trembled violently. Then she looked at Guo Yaoyao beside her and begged, Yaoyao, please save your sister, you must save your sister. Didn't you tell me before that you were here? The prospective Taoist companion found outside, is he the son of the great elder of Shaoshan Taoist sect? The great elder of Shaoshan Dao sect is a person who has entered the 8th level of Taoism. Guo Yaoyao looked helpless. So what if her would-be Taoist companion had a background in the Shaoshan Taoist sect? No one is here. Moreover, the matter between the two of them may not be settled yet, and the other party's father still needs to make a decision. She herself felt that this matter might not be possible, because beings at that level would definitely value a good match. He and the other party's son may fall in love freely, and the other party may not support it. If not, she has no doubt about the other party's love. A son will choose his father, not him. This is the truth. In this world where the strong are respected, love between men and women is not worth mentioning in the face of a powerful backer. Snort. At this time, young Tianhe in the distance heard Guo Lily's words and couldn't help but glare at his son beside him. Didn't you say that Guo Yaoyao doesn't know your identity? Her sister clearly revealed your identity. Yang Chun was startled at first, then smiled awkwardly. Father, I told her later. She didn't know my identity and background when she first started dating me. At this moment, Guo Yaoyao in the distance was looking around anxiously, and suddenly she spotted Yang Chun. Her eyes brightened for a moment. Brother Chun. This time, Yang Chun couldn't pretend not to be there anymore. After saying hello to his father, Yukong approached. Yang Tianhe frowned slightly, fearing that his son would suffer a loss, so he followed him. Guo Lily, who was already in despair, couldn't help but look into the distance after hearing her sister's exclamation. When she saw the two people coming from the sky, a glimmer of light rose in the depths of her eyes, as if she had caught someone. Got the last one to save life? Straw asked. Is it my sister's quasi-Taoist companion, Yang Chun? The son of the great elder of Shaoshan Dao sect? The person behind him is his protector? At the same time, Guoqiu was also attracted by Yang Tianhe and Yang Chun, father and son. His second daughter found a quasi-Taoist companion outside with a different background. He knew about this, but he was not too excited because he knew that the other party's father might not like their family. There is a high probability that this will not happen. Yao Yao, this is my father. After Yang Chun came over, he introduced Guo Yaoyao and Yang Tianhe. Father, this is the Yao Yao I told you. I've met my uncle. While Guo Yaoyao's heart trembled, a light shone in her eyes, and she quickly saluted Yang Tianhe. Guoqiu was also frightened, and quickly bowed and saluted. Guoqiu, deputy leader of the Chongshan alliance, has met Elder Yang. The famous existence was one that he could hardly see in the past. Even if he saw it, he would not dare to face it easily. The existence of vision. Guo Lily's face turned red with surprise. Not only her brother-in-law-to-be was here, but her father was also here. This is a super strong person who has entered the 8th level. She can be saved, she can be saved. For a moment, Guo Lily looked at Duan Niantian again. She was no longer frightened, but looked a little more joking. Her mood was ups and downs like a roller coaster. Now she sent a voice to challenge, Duan Niantian, even if you find me. So what if I have a backer? Is your backer as strong as mine? Do you know who is coming now? My soon-to-be brother-in-law and his father. His father is the great elder of the Shaoshan Dao sect, the number one force in our Shaoshan divine island, and a super strong man who has entered the 8th level of Taoism. Hearing what the other party said, Duan Yintian couldn't help but frown. Entering the 8th floor? This is much better than Uncle Zhao and the royal family of Jianglan divine kingdom around him. If the two of them join forces, they may not be the opponent of the other. As for his father, although he is a strong man in Hedao, he is not present after all, so he may not be able to suppress the opponent just by his name. Chapter 4702. Brother Chun, our family is in trouble, you must help me. Guiyaoyao did not dare to say this in front of Yang Tianhe, so she could only say to Yang Chun via voice, since I was a child, my sister has taken great care of and loved me. I can't watch anything happen to her. Please, Brother Chun. Faced with Guiyaoyao's pleading, Yang Chun had no resistance at all. He quickly begged his father to try to help Guiyaoyao to see if he could save his sister. Although there are very powerful forces behind these two 7th-level Taoists, as long as the forces behind them are within the Shaoshan Island, they are still within the controllable range, because their Shaoshan Dao sect is the most powerful force on the Shaoshan Island. A strong force. He believed that as long as these two people were from Shaoshan Island, it would be easy for his father to ask for face. Yang Tianhe frowned. He really didn't want to get into this muddy water, but now his son was begging via voice, and it was for a woman. As a father, he really couldn't bear to break his son's heart. After all, this is his most beloved son. Both of you. Yang Tianhe finally stood up, looked at Zhao Ani and the powerful Daoist from the royal family of Jianglan Kingdom beside Zhao Ani, slightly raised his hands and said, I am the great elder of Shaoshan Dao sect, Yang Tianhe. How about you guys give me some face in this matter and reconcile with each other? As long as she lives, I, Yang Tianhe, owe you both a favor. When Yang Tianhe said this, although his tone was gentle, the consciousness of the 8th level of Taoism still swept out, faintly covering it up. The purpose of the spiritual consciousness that Zhao Ani and the two released was naturally to let Zhao Ani and the two know his strength. Enter the 8th level. Zhao Ani frowned slightly. However, the 7th-level Taoist master from the Jianglan Divine Kingdom royal family next to Zhao Ani sneered, Yang Tianhe, the great elder of Shaoshan Taoist sect? Do you know whose son is the young master Duan Yintian next to me? Seeing that the other party was still so strong after knowing his own strength, Yang Tianhe was inexplicably shocked and at the same time subconsciously looked at Duan Yintian. Before Yang Tianhe could ask, the powerful royal family member of Jianglan Divine Kingdom sneered, this young master Duan Yintian is the son of our Jianglan Divine Kingdom's newly promoted Hedao strongman, Mr. Duan Lingtian. And I am a member of the royal family of Jianglan Divine Kingdom. I am here on the orders of the powerful Hedao master of Jianglan Divine Kingdom, Lord Jiang Tianjing, to welcome young master Duan Yintian back to Jianglan Divine Kingdom. When he said the first sentence, Yang Tian's expression actually changed drastically in an instant. Guiqiu, who originally thought his daughter was saved, turned pale. Duan Lingtian, the new Hedao powerhouse in Jianglan Divine Kingdom? To be honest, he just heard about this some time ago and knew that there was a new Hedao strongman from the Jianglan Divine Kingdom, known as the Reverse Divine Sword, and his full name was Duan Lingtian. No wonder when he heard Duan Nianshan's name just now, he felt that it sounded familiar. Duan Yintian was Duan Lingshan's son. It's over. Guiqiu knew that his eldest daughter Guolili was dead. Let alone the great elder of the Shaoshan Dao sect, even if the Shaoshan Dao sect devoted all its efforts, they might not be able to save her. Now, he felt panic again. He only hoped that the other party would only kill his daughter and not involve himself and the Guo mansion. Hedao strong man? Guiyaoyao's pretty face changed, and Yang Chun on the side also looked panicked. She never expected that this matter would involve a strong Hedao man, and he was also the new Hedao from Jianglan Divine Kingdom. He had also heard of the new Hedao from the Jianglan Divine Kingdom, until he was an evil genius who came from the creation life plan world and was extremely talented. It is said that the other party only entered the 8th level of the Tao when he first arrived in their world of gods and earth decades ago. In less than 100 years, he entered the Hadao realm. Many people think that as long as he doesn't die young, he will definitely be able to join the third path and become the top powerhouse in the world of gods and earth before he dies. Of course. At this time, the powerful royal family of Jianglan Divine Kingdom stared at Yang Tianhe and continued, "You, Yang Tianhe, can also choose to take action against us. But, let alone you may not be able to keep both of us at the same time, even if can you really keep us and destroy the corpses? Mia Ji, can you still kill everyone in Guo Mansion? As long as one person from Guo Mansion survives, what you did will be exposed. After all, the opportunity to tip off a powerful Hadao person and win their favor is something you don't come across all the time." After talking about it, he took another deep look at Yang Tianhe, and the warning in his eyes was clearly visible. In fact, even if he didn't say it, Yang Tianhe knew this very well. Thinking of the news about the new Hadao that came from Jianglan Divine Kingdom some time ago, Yang Tianhe quickly raised his hand and brought his son Yang Chun to him in a blink of an eye. Then he cupped his hands to Duan Yintian with an apologetic expression. "Master Duan, I didn't know that you were the son of Master Duan Lingtian before. I have offended you so much. I hope you can forgive me. I, Yang Tianhe and his son, will not interfere in today's matter again. How you want to deal with this Guo Mansion is up to you. Even if you need me to help, you can just say hello." Yang Tianhe is very self-aware. Although his Shaoshan Dao sect can also ask the Hadao realm experts to take action, after all, he is not a Hadao realm powerhouse in his own sect, so it is impossible for him to spare no effort for Shaoshan Dao sect. Moreover, even if there is a strong person in the Hadao realm in the contemporary Shaoshan Dao sect, it is unlikely that he would offend another strong person in the Hadao realm for his private affairs. Therefore, after learning that Duan Yintian was a strong man in the Hadao realm, he gave in and didn't feel ashamed at all. Naturally, Duan Yintian and the other three were very satisfied with Yang Tian's statement that, those who know the current affairs are heroes. As for the Guo family, Guo Yaoyao's pretty face was pale. She thought she could help her sister Guo Lily, but she didn't expect that the person her sister provoked turned out to be the son of a strong man in the Hadao realm. Isn't this seeking death? At this moment, she felt completely powerless inside, knowing that there was no hope of saving her sister. As for Yang Chun's father Yang Tian's changing face, she didn't complain at all, because even if she put herself in the other person's shoes, she would make the same choice. "I hope it won't involve me." Thinking of this, Guo Yaoyao quickly looked at Yang Chun again and said through a message, "Brother Chun, not only have I not participated in what my sister did, I don't even know about it. Please ask my uncle to help me so that they will not vent their anger on you." Hearing this, Yang Chun looked at his father, only to find that his father's face was more solemn than ever. This was the first time he had seen his father like this since he was a child. For a moment, Yang Chun was silent. Chapter 4703. Although Yang Chun likes Guo Yaoyao and is willing to do something for her, it does not mean that he will pay for her without thinking. As for what happened today, if the other party really wants the Guo family to die in one piece, he really wants to his father intervened again, not to mention that his father might not be willing. Even if he was willing, he didn't want his father to offend a strong man in Hadao. That's a strong man. There is no such thing as Shaoshan Daozong in contemporary times. According to what his father said to him in the past, if the powerful Hadao really wants to take action against Shaoshan Dao's sect, even if all the 8th level and 9th level Taoists who left Shaoshan Tao's sect come back, it will still be of no avail and they will still not be able to escape being captured. The ending where he kills him. Therefore, now that he received a message from Guo Yaoyao asking for help, he chose to remain silent and did not reply to her. As for what the other party would think if he was lucky enough to survive this time, he didn't care so much. At most, I can just change to another woman. After all, even if the other party can survive today, who can be sure that the son of this strong Hadao man will not suddenly regret it in the future and still want to kill Guo Yaoyao to eradicate the root cause? When that time comes, if he is still with the other party, he will definitely be implicated and dragged down. That's not what he wants. Guo Lily. Duan Yintian stepped out of the air, his eyes fell on Guo Lily, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You and I have no enmity at all, but you are too arrogant and domineering, and you insist on being my enemy. Now Guolily's face was pale. Facing Duan Yintian, who looked like he wanted to settle a score with her, she quickly said, Duan Yintian, although I have done some things to you, haven't I done anything to embarrass you? If I really want to embarrass you, would I ask you to work as a supervisor on the mining island? If I really wanted to torture you, I would have destroyed your cultivation a long time ago and made you a slave in the mines. After hearing this, Duan Yintian smiled coldly. Guolily, I don't know what you think is your wishful thinking. You didn't kill me, you crippled me, you just wanted to make me suffer on the mine island, and you wanted me to change my mind, agree to be with you again. Shui Ping makes things difficult for me everywhere. Do you dare to say it's not your fault? He has hinted to me more than once. If I don't want to stay on Mine Island anymore, I just need to agree to your request. So, stop showing mercy in front of me. No matter what, you Guolily will definitely die today. After the words fell, Duan Yintian took action boldly, the sword light raging all over his body, and then turned into a giant bright sword light, piercing the sky, bringing up a terrifying wave of energy, making the air seem to stand still for an instant, and then slashed towards Guolily. At the same time, Zhao Ani and the 7th level of the imperial family of Jianglan Divine Kingdom also swept across the 4 directions with their spiritual consciousness, targeting Guoqiu and the rest of the people in the Guo mansion. Even Yang Tianhe and his son are deliberately wary. Although Yang Tian's words sounded nice, who knew if he was talking one thing and doing the other behind his back, so he had to be careful. Faced with Duan Nianshan's thunder blow, it was naturally impossible for Guolily not to resist, but she suppressed by the invisible force that Zhao Ani swept out from the air. The power in his body seemed to be sealed and could not be mobilized at all. Can wait for death with a look of despair on his face. Am I really going to die? Are there no miracles? Guolily is getting more and more desperate. And as if God heard Guolily's inner call, there was a sudden explosion in the sky, terrifying power shook the void, the clouds shattered, and then a figure fell from the sky, and a bright stream of light swept down from the sky. The meteor swept towards Duan Yintian. Not good dash. The expressions of Zhao Ani and the powerful royal family members changed greatly, and they all took action, but they could only barely block the terrifying offensive that swept down from the sky. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion spread, and then shock waves spread, and the terrifying air waves spread like a mushroom cloud. With only the remaining strength, Duan Nianshan's offensive was crushed. On Guolily's side, the suppression originated from Zhao Ani is gone. Guolily looked surprised. Enter the 8th level? Seeing that Zhao Ani were unable to withstand the attackers' attack when they joined forces, Yang Tian's eyes lit up and he knew that his chance to perform had come, so he quickly took action to help the two of them block the attackers' attack. Who are you? The powerful member of the royal family of the Jianglan Divine Kingdom glared at the visitor and roared sternly. I am a member of the royal family of the Jianglan Divine Kingdom, and behind me is Lord Jiang Tianzheng, a powerful member of the Hedao realm of the Jianglan Divine Kingdom. Do you know who you are attacking? This is the son of our Jianglan Divine Kingdom's new Hedao strongman, Master Duan Lingtian. Before the visitor could speak, Zhao Ani shook his head helplessly. It doesn't make much sense to tell him this. This is the enemy of my brother Lingtian. At the same time, Zhao Ani stared at the visitor with an unkind look, and there was a hint of sarcasm in the corner of his mouth. Laughing, Lei Hong, you are really getting better and better as you live. After all, you are also a super strong man who was famous in all the worlds, even in places outside the world. You and I, Ling Tian, my brother has a grudge. If you have the means, you can seek revenge from him, but you are here to embarrass a child. I am ashamed of you. That's right. The person who came was none other than Lei Hong. After getting out of seclusion and learning about Duan Lingshan's promotion to Hedao, after being drunk for a few nights, under despair and pressure, Lei Hong took the crucial step and entered the 8th level of the Dao. He went to the capital of Jianglan Divine Kingdom, thinking that if Duan Lingtian was not around, he would take action against his family and friends. However, he learned that Duan Lingshan's close relatives and friends had been taken away by him. At this moment, he happened to meet Xing'an going to the Duan mansion and told the remaining people in the Duan mansion that there was news about Duan Lingshan's son Duan Niantian. Therefore, he followed Zhao Ani and Xing'an to Shaoshan Island. Zhao Ani, who was on the 8th level, followed him all the way, but Zhao Ani, who was on the 7th level, had no way of noticing. He was originally preparing to take action on Mine Island, but he heard that Duan Niantian actually wanted to seek revenge, so he thought of ruining Duan Niantian's good deeds and then killing him when Duan Niantian was preparing to kill his enemy. The Oriole is behind. It's more fun this way. So, he took action at this time. Unexpectedly, there was an 8th level Daoist at the scene who stepped in to help Zhao Ani and the others. Who are you? Lei Hong stood in the void, looked directly at Yang Tianhe, and said in a cold voice, "We are both on the 8th level of the Dao. I advise you not to interfere in my affairs, otherwise you will be my enemy, Lei Hong." He has been hiding all this time. Above the clouds, although they also saw Yang Tianhe and his son from a distance, they did not know their identities, nor did they know that Yang Tianhe had entered the 8th level like him, and his strength was obviously still at his level. Newly promoted to the 8th level. When Zhao Ani and the two found it difficult to resist his offensive, they easily intervened to neutralize his methods. Chapter 4704. It was precisely because he had been promoted to the 8th level that Lei Hong dared to think about causing trouble for Duan Lingshan's family and friends. Otherwise, with his previous strength at the 7th level, the Yu Shao, in Duan Mansion and Zhao Ani, in Qingyun Mansion would have been enough. Join forces to defeat him. Repel. The last time he went to the capital of Jianglan Divine Kingdom, he certainly didn't go there to defeat these two people and avenge his shame. Because he knew that after Duan Lingtian was promoted to the Hadao realm, he must have gained the deep friendship from the royal family of the Jianglan Kingdom, otherwise the Duan Mansion and the Qingyun Mansion would not have moved to the capital of the Jianglan Kingdom. Duan Lingtian must have greeted the strong men from the royal family of Jianglan Kingdom. If he takes action against Shao and the two, it will inevitably attract the intervention of powerful people from the royal family, and then he may really stay there forever. His plan was to assassinate. With his 8th level Dao strength, as long as there are no beings above the 8th level Dao in Duan Mansion and Qingyun Mansion, it will not be difficult for him to kill anyone. He can kill Yu Shao, Zhao Ani, and the powerful royal family members before they kill it. However, what he didn't expect was that Duan Lingshan's family and friends would all be moved. Finally got the news about Duan Lingshan's son Duan Niantian. He followed him. He thought he was sure of success, but he didn't expect that when he was overwhelming Zhao Ani and another 7th level Daoist, an 8th level Daoist suddenly appeared. Lair, intervene and defeat his offensive. Although it was only a brief confrontation, he could clearly sense that the other party was stronger than himself. So what if I'm your enemy? Facing Lei Hong's threat, Yang Tianhe smiled coldly and forcefully. It was completely different from the politeness he showed in front of Duan Niantian before, as if they were two completely different people. And all this was naturally because he had just received a message from Zhao Ani. Elder Yang, this man's name is Lei Hong. He was my brother Lingshan's enemy when he created the world of Mingpan. Today, I ask you to help repel him and help my nephew Niantian back to the river. Lanshan Kingdom, this favor, I'll take the debt first on behalf of my brother Ling Tian. Zhao Ani did this because he was naturally worried that Yang Tianhe would only intervene briefly and then ignore them. He never expected that Lei Hong would break through and enter the 8th level of the Dao. In this way, he and the powerful royal family are no match for Lei Hong. It is almost impossible to keep Duan Niantian. Fortunately, there was a strong man on the 8th level who was not weaker than Lei Hong. In order to draw the opponent to his camp, he directly sent a message to the opponent to tell him the details of Lei Hong. The implication was that Lei Hong came from the creation world. There is no backer in the divine earth world. And if you help deal with Lei Hong, the other party will be able to gain the favor of a strong Hadao man. Which one is more important? Zhao Ani believes that Yang Tianhe will make a choice. Lei Hong, as long as I, Yang Tianhe, are here today, you can never hurt this little brother. Yang Tianhe ducked and arrived in front of Duan Niantian, protecting him behind him. Although Duan Niantian knew that the other party must have done this for the sake of his father, he still thanked him quickly and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this 8th level Daoist was here, otherwise he might not have done it today. Really dead here. Who would have thought that Lei Hong, his father's former enemy, would actually step into the 8th level of the Tao after coming to the world of the gods? Moreover, it happened to appear here. No need to guess, he could also imagine that the other party must have followed Zhao Ani and the others. Then let me see what you can do. Lei Hong roared loudly, like a beast roaring. The air around his body vibrated in an instant, and exploded with terrifying power, setting off billowing air waves, as if a mushroom cloud was rising. Then his whole body was as excited as a cannonball. Shoot down. Boom. When the thunderstorm exploded at full speed, the air exploded wherever it passed, shaking the earth and the earth. Seeing this, Yang Tian's face darkened, his strength trembled, and he was ready to take action in an instant to face this Lei Hong. However, the scene that happened next moment made Yang Tianhe couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But when he, Zhao Ani, and the powerful royal family were all preparing to take action, Lei Hong, who was shooting down, actually made a turn and rushed towards Guolili, and then took her towards the distance to break through the air. It was obvious that it's a sound coming from the east and attacking from the west, and he has no intention of fighting Yang Tianhe. For a moment, Yang Tianhe couldn't help but became angry. Damn it. How dare you tease me? Without any hesitation, Yang Tianhe chased after him. However, because Lei Hong had already had a plan and set off first, even if Yang Tianhe was a little faster, Lei Hong still escaped and disappeared under Yang Tian's divine consciousness. No trace. When Yang Tianhe came back, his face was still very ugly. At the same time, he raised his hands to Duan Niantian and said, Master Duan, it was me, Yang Tianhe, who was too careless and allowed Lei Hong to rescue your enemy. It's okay, Elder Yang. Duan Niantian shook his head and said, compared to my enemy being taken away, I am lucky to be alive today. Next, for the sake of Yang Tianhe, it was confirmed that Guo Qiu and Guo Yaoyao were against Guo Lili for targeting him. After being unaware of the matter and not participating in it, Duan Niantian did not implicate them after all. After all, Yang Tianhe saved his life today. Life. Zhao Ani told him that if Yang Tianhe was not there, it would be difficult to protect him. Master Duan, in fact, the matter between my son and Guo Yaoyao has not been settled at all, and I have not agreed to this marriage. You don't have to let her go for my sake. Yang Tianhe was a little anxious, fearing that the other party would just return the life-saving grace. This favor is of no use to him. What he cares more about is the favor of Duan Lingtian, the powerful Hadao man. Duan Niantian has been outside for many years. Although his strength is still average, he is very clear about the world of people. Don't worry, Elder Yang, I will inform my father about this and let him know that you saved my life. I hope that in the future he can do whatever he can to help you. When Yang Tianhe heard this, his face suddenly brightened. Thank you, Master Duan. Afterwards, Yang Tianhe took his son and escorted Duan Niantian to Jianglan Divine Kingdom. After returning to Jianglan Divine Kingdom, he naturally saw Duan Lingtian, who had been waiting there for a long time. Looking at the stalwart figure not far away and the familiar handsome face, Duan Niantian rushed forward with excitement. Father. Looking at his son who was hugging him tightly and whose height was the same as his own, Duan Lingtian reached out and patted his shoulder. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. I will send you to your mother later. Your mother will be very happy. She has been talking about you for a long time and has been worried about your safety. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at the unfamiliar faces standing with Zhao Ani not far away, and asked curiously, Brother Zhao, who are these for? Chapter 4705. After returning to Jianglan Divine Kingdom, the 7th level member of the royal family immediately returned to the royal family and resumed his life. The 4 people around Zhao Ani were Yang Tianhe and his son, as well as Xing'an and Shueping, the 2 people who helped Duan Niantian recognize his relatives. The main reason why the 2 came with them was to leave the Chongshan alliance and join the royal family of Jianglan Divine Kingdom. This was what Zhao Ani had promised them, and Zhao Ani was confident that with his own face, the royal family would not refuse to accept them. and give them a good job. Of course, Zhaoani knew very well that the reason why the royal family was so polite to him, a 7th-level cultivator, was mostly because of Duan Lingtian. However, although Zhaoani could make arrangements for Xing'an and Shueping, they still wanted to visit Duan Lingtian first after learning that Duan Lingtian happened to be in the Duan mansion. Brother Lingtian, this. Faced with Duan Lingshan's inquiry, Zhaoani introduced the 4 people one by one. Especially when introducing Yang Tianhe, he bluntly said that Yang Tianhe had been a great help, otherwise this time even if he and another royal family were raped, even if the enemy takes action, it will be difficult to defeat. Duan Niantian was brought back intact. After learning the ins and outs of the matter, Duan Lingshan's expression darkened. He didn't expect that Lei Hong would actually step into the 8th level of the Dao, and this time his son almost failed to return. Elder Yang. Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Tianhe. His handsome face and warm smile made people feel like spring breeze, but it made the latter a little flattered. After all, the other person stood at the pinnacle of the world of gods and earth, a genuine Hadao. Strong. Master Duan Lingtian, just call me Yang Tianhe. Yang Tianhe spoke in fear, lowered his head and bowed in salute. I'll call you Lao Yang. Duan Lingtian stepped forward and patted Yang Tianhe on the shoulder. Duan Lingtian, only have a son. It's really hard to imagine how sad I would be if something happened to him. It's his mother. My wife must also be there. It's heartbreaking. I, Duan Lingtian, owe you a big favor. In the future, if you ask for anything, as long as I can do it and it doesn't violate my principles, I can grant it to you. Duan Lingshan's words can be said to be very accurate. After all, the other party saved his son's life, which is equivalent to a huge kindness. Hearing this, Yang Tian's face turned red. Master Duan Lingtian, you're welcome. Duan Lingtian patted the other party's shoulder again. In the next period of time, you can stay in Jianglan Divine Kingdom for a while to see if have you thought about what you want me to do. If you haven't thought about it yet, when you need me in the future, it's okay to come to Duan's house and say hello. By the way, you can take a stroll here and feel the customs here. Having said this, he looked at Zhaoani again. Old Zhao, I will leave it to you to entertain Lao Yang. Rest assured. Zhaoani smiled and nodded. I will make Elder Yang feel at home. Immediately afterwards, Duan Lingtian exchanged a few words with Shueping and Xing'an, and the two couldn't help but feel flattered. When Duan Lingtian asked them if they needed help with anything, when they arrived, they bluntly said that Zhaoani had already helped them solve the problem. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian said nothing more. Yang Chun, I have met Lord Duan Lingtian. From behind, Yang Chun also came forward excitedly and saluted Duan Lingtian respectfully. Before Duan Lingtian could respond, Yang Tianhe looked at his son and said, Master Duan Lingtian, I have already thought about what I want to ask you for. After nodding kindly to Yang Chun, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be startled when he looked at Yang Tianhe again. Old Yang, have you thought of it so quickly? Tell me, what's the matter? Although he felt that Yang Tianhe was a little careless and did not take his favor to heart, Duan Lingtian still respected the other party's wishes and was also curious about what kind of favor he wanted. Before Yang Tianhe could speak, Zhaoani frowned and said, Elder Yang, Brother Lingtian is now a strong man in the Hadao realm. You'd better be cautious when dealing with favors from a strong man of this level. He also felt that Yang Tianhe was too reckless. Is this really the great elder of the Shaoshan Dao sect, the strongest force on Shaoshan Island? Why do you look like a dumbass? Yang Tianhe smiled and said, I've thought about it. Lord Duan Lingtian, what I want to ask of you is, I hope you can accept my son as your disciple. This short sentence made everyone, including Duan Lingtian, stunned. In the end, the person involved, Yang Chun, was the first to come to his senses. His eyes were shining and his face was full of anticipation. If he can become the disciple of this powerful man in the Hadao realm, who will dare to mess with him in the future? However, he was not happy for long. After Duan Lingtian came to his senses, he shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Old Yang, logically speaking, your request is really not difficult. However, there are some things that I still need to explain to you clearly in advance. I was promoted to Hedao, and the way I combined was the infinite sword way. You must have heard that in the world of gods and earth, there are existences that combine infinite swordsmanship. Speaking of this, he glanced at Yang Tianhe. As soon as these words came out, Duan Lingtian didn't need to say anything. Yang Tian's face changed slightly. Infinite sword Dao? Master Duan Lingtian, are you kidding me? Although he knew about Duan Lingshan's promotion to Hedao, he only heard about it through hearsay, and he didn't know what Duan Lingshan's Hedao was. Now, when he heard Duan Lingtian say that he combined the Tao with infinite swordsmanship, the first thing he thought of was the Wanshan Qin clan. The Qin family of Wanshan is a double master. One of the beings who combines the three ways is different. He is one of the top existences among the powerful ones in the world of gods and earth. The other Hedao is the existence of Hedao with the infinite sword. In the world of gods and earth, living in the same era and contracting the same Tao is undoubtedly a big taboo. However, when he thought about it, he thought that Duan Lingtian came from the world of creation and destiny. Since the other party was able to merge with the Tao so quickly, it meant that before living in the world of gods and earth, the two strongest Tao that the other party had understood were the infinite Tao and swordsmanship. In this case, it is natural to combine infinite swordsmanship. In addition, seeing Yang Tian's expression change, Duan Lingtian continued, the two Hedao members of the Wanshan Qin family have come to Jianglan Divine Kingdom some time ago and want to cause trouble for me. Because of this, I have already put those closest to you around you. My relatives and friends were moved away and arranged in a place that only I knew, because I was worried that the Qin family in Wanshan would attack them because they did not respect martial ethics. Although I can also kill other members of the Wanshan Qin family to take revenge on them. But once tragedy occurs, what's the point? Chapter 4706. Although he didn't quite understand some of his father's words, when Duan Niantian learned that his mother could only be hidden by his father, he still realized that although his father had now entered the Hedao realm, in God the earth world is not without its crises. Moreover, this crisis obviously does not come from the enemies from outside the world in the past, such as Lei Hong, Yun Qingyan and others. But they are the aborigines from the world of the gods, a super family with two powerful men in the Hedao realm. I've made everything clear to you. Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Tianhe and said calmly, as for how to choose, it is entirely up to you. And now Yang Tianhe, although he is a strong man at the 8th level of Taoism, usually his face does not change even when Mount Taishan collapses in front of him, but his expression at this moment is different. Still slightly embarrassed, he forced a smile and said, Master Duan Lingtian, thank you for telling me this. If in this case, it is indeed inappropriate. After all, I am not alone. Behind me is the Shaoshan Dao sect. The Shaoshan Taoist sect is also afraid of being targeted by the Wanshan Qin family. Yang Tianhe said. Yang Chun on the side was also frightened into a cold sweat. Be obedient. Wanshan Qin family? That is considered to be one of the top forces in the world of eyes and earth. Without his father's reminder, he knew that he could no longer worship this master. Just like that, a farce ended. If you want any favors later, you should think about it carefully. Duan Lingtian nodded to Yang Tianhe, and then looked at Zhao Ani aside. Old Zhao, please make arrangements for Lao Yang and his son. Nian Tian and his son and I have not seen each other for many years, and we still have a lot of private things to say. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ani quickly took Yang Tianhe and his son away. During this process, Yang Tianhe also apologized to Duan Lingtian repeatedly, but Duan Lingtian didn't care, because if he were Yang Tianhe, he would have made the same choice. After all, the Wanshan Qin family is not a good person. Even if he is a strong person in the Hedao realm, there is nothing he can do about it for the time being. After all, they also have the Hedao realm, and there are two of them. One of them is a being who combines the three ways. After Zhao Ani took the people away, only Duan Lingtian and his son were left for a while. Duan Niantian couldn't help but asked with a worried look, Father, what did you mean just now? I heard half understanding, tell me about it. Also, where is my mother? I miss her. I want to see her. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, Niantian, don't worry, father will tell you slowly. As for your mother, I will take you to see her now, and I will tell you while I am on my way. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian took his son and set off. On the way, after Duan Niantian learned the ins and outs of the matter from his father, his face was not very good. Father, isn't the Wanshanshan family a little too domineering? Father, you didn't mean it. You come from the creation life world. In the past, you didn't even know the existence of the divine land world, let alone Hadao. Now, you actually plan to come to you for trouble. Isn't this just looking for trouble? What do they want to do? Is it possible that I want you, father, to abolish your own way? It's ridiculous. Duan Niantian became angrier as he talked. It's because I don't have the strength, otherwise I would definitely vent my anger on you, father. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian smiled. It was not easy for his son to have the strength to vent his anger for him. He had to at least enter the Hadao, and his son was not even a Daoist now. Soon, Duan Lingtian took his son to his family. His wife Li Fei was naturally extremely happy when she saw her son. Father Duan Rufeng, Mother Li Ro and others were also very happy, and they all circled around Duan Niantian. Niantian, you are dark, but you are also a lot stronger. Brother, you are finally back. Niantian, itll be good if you come back, itll be good if you come back. Duan Lingtian stood in the distance, looking at his son surrounded by stars like a moon, with a smile on his face. And at the same time, a figure also entered Jianglan Divine Kingdom from outside the north of Jianglan Divine Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, it has been decades since I came to this world of gods and earth. Xiao Tian has stepped into the realm of Hadao, and now I have also stepped into the 9th level of Taoism. Feng Xingyang Yukong went to Jianglan Divine Kingdom, his face with a bit of emotion. He said, I really didn't expect that the law of time that had ceased to work after I came to the world of gods and earth. After I went to that place, I actually realized something and successfully changed it. It turned into the way of time. My Dzogchen law of time has been transformed into 7, 7 and 88, and I have reached the 6th level. The reason why his swordsmanship can reach the 9th level so quickly this time is also related to his mastery of the way of time. Because, in the past, his swordsmanship was greatly affected by the law of time. After coming to this world, without the law of time as a basis, although his swordsmanship did not deteriorate, it lost a bit of spirit. Now he has mastered it. The way of time, the way of swordsmanship is once again given a trace of time attribute, making rapid progress. A few days ago, his swordsmanship successfully entered the 9th level, and he also naturally advanced to the 9th level. Find Xiao Tian and tell him about this. If his space law can be transformed into the way of space, his strength will definitely be further improved. By then, the third path he has combined can be the way of space way. In the world of gods and earth, there is also the way of space. Now, he can master the way of time and can continue to understand the law of time in the past. How can it be impossible for his disciple Duan Lingtian to master the way of space? Although he was outside, Feng Qingyang heard the news of Duan Lingshan's promotion to Hadao clearly. He also knew that Duan Lingshan's Duan Mansion had moved to the capital of Jianglan Divine Kingdom, so he went directly to Duan Mansion, the capital of the country. However, after arriving at Duan Mansion, they found that Duan Lingtian was not there. In fact, even Yu Shao, whom he didn't really want to see, was not there. Therefore, he could only go to Qingyun Mansion next door to find Zhao Ani. Fellow Daoist Zhao. Feng Qingyang's return also surprised Zhao Ani. After learning that the other party came back to find Duan Lingtian, he bluntly said that Duan Lingtian was still in the Duan Mansion half a day ago. If he is not here now, he probably took his newly returned son with him. Try to find family and friends. Have you found Nian Tian? Hearing that Duan Lingshan's son had been found, Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up. He still liked that clever disciple. He was living outside. He had worried about his safety more than once. Now that he knew that the other party come back, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you leaving? Feng Qingyang asked. When he learned the ins and outs of the matter from Zhao Ani, his face gradually darkened. Wanshanshan family? Chapter 4707. Feng Qingyang had heard about some things about Duan Lingtian, such as his promotion to Hadao. However, Feng Qingyang did not know that Duan Lingtian was targeted by 2 Hadao masters from the Wanshanshan family. Although he had heard it said before that there were people in the world of gods and earth who had also combined the infinite sword way, but he doesn't think that's the case. The method is completely coincidental. Moreover, he feels that since his disciple Duan Lingtian has become a Hadao, even if the other party is a little dissatisfied, it should not be a problem. But he didn't expect that he would come to his door and want to settle a score with his disciple. This is a bit much. For a moment, Feng Qingyang's eyes also shone with an icy cold light. With the foundation of the laws of time and the great perfection that I laid down in the world of creation life plan, my way of time will soon be able to step into the 7th level and then all the way go up quickly. The 9th floor should not take too long. At least, it's much faster than the other way I comprehended before. Using the way of time and the way of swordsmanship, it will be more efficient and faster. It can be said that before mastering the way of time, Feng Qingyang still had doubts about whether he could combine the way, but now his confidence has greatly increased, and he feels that with his swordsmanship and the way of time, he may not be unable to combine the way. Now, he just wants to find his disciple Duan Lingtian and take him to that mysterious place to see if he can restart the law of space in disguise and master the way of space under the environment there. If possible, with the other party's attainments in the way of space, he will soon be able to advance the way of space to the 9th level. Coupled with the already profound Tao of control, with the current age of his disciples, it is impossible to become the first contemporary person in the world of gods and earth, and the second person in the history of the world of gods and earth to combine the 4 ways. And Lei Hong? He almost killed Nian Tian. After learning what Lei Hong had done from Zhao Enya's mouth, Feng Qingyang's eyes almost overflowed with murderous intent, with a look of frost on his face. Then Lei Hong was promoted to the 8th level of the Tao, and then he drifted away. Don't let me catch the chance, otherwise he will definitely die. Now that he has entered the 9th level, he doesn't care if he kills Lei Hong, who has entered the 8th level. He has even mastered the way of time and is sure to keep the opponent. If I also advance to Hadao. Even if Xiao Tian and I are both Hadao existences, it won't be difficult to surround and kill Chen Mingho. Feng Qingyang is still very confident about the way of time, and it has a control effect, can lock onto the void where the opponent is, and slightly affect the time there, although there is no Dzogchen realm time law in the creation life chart. An exaggeration, but definitely not to be underestimated. Fellow Daoist Feng, what are your plans next? Are you waiting here for Brother Lingtian? Zhao Ani asked. Feng Qingyang nodded. I'll wait here for Xiao Tian to come back. I have something urgent to look for him. He had no choice but to wait and wait for his disciple Duan Lingtian to come back. After all, he didn't know where he was now, and in this world of gods and earth, there is no way to carry out remote transmission like the creation world. For news, we can only wait in the most primitive way. Feng Qingyang didn't wait too long. Because Duan Lingtian has nothing else to do for the time being. Apart from spending time with his family, he spends more time comprehending the way of control, preparing to promote him to the 9th level as soon as possible, and then integrate into the infinite sword Tao, allowing him to become a strong man who combines the 3 ways. When that time comes, the conflict between him and Chen Mingho will naturally be gone. However, even if the opponent still cannot be killed because there is a strong man from the 3 ways protecting him, it is still necessary to torture the opponent to vent his anger. Of course, for him, after the 3 paths are combined, the most important thing is to kill Yu Luoha and take back the creation chart. He could see that his relatives and friends were not used to life in the world of gods and earth, and they would be more willing to go back to their hometown if they could. Even for himself. In the world of the creation life chart, he can have multiple law avatars, and he can use the law avatars to accompany his family and practice cultivation. Wouldn't it be fun? The most important is, in the creation chart world, one can live forever. As for the so-called 1,000 years of heavenly tribulation and 10,000 years of heavenly tribulation rules in the creation life chart world, as far as he knows, they can all be changed by the owner of the creation life chart, otherwise there will be no historical barrier for the old man Kong Kong. In the previous era, the rules were it won't be different from his time. In addition to spending time with his family and practicing, Duan Lingtian plans to return to Duan Mansion in Jianglan Divine Kingdom after a while to see if any of his family or friends have returned. But unexpectedly, he had the unexpected joy of meeting his master who was waiting for him, Feng Qingyang. "Master, are you back?" Duan Ling was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that his master was back. And with his cultivation at the Hadao realm, it was not difficult to find out in the next moment that his master's current cultivation was, also. "You have actually been promoted to the 9th level? So fast." He is worthy of being his guide in the way of swordsmanship. His master's attainments in the way of swordsmanship make it really difficult for him to catch up with him if he doesn't get the old man Wukong's memory trick. "There were some adventures," Feng Qingyang said with a smile, "and this is why I came back to you in a hurry." Immediately afterwards, he told about his adventure, which made Duan Lingshan's eyes brighten. Even if he was promoted to Hadao, now he was still a little excited at the time. "You mean, the understanding of the law of time can transform on the path of time? What on earth is that place? Is it so weird? Master, take me over and have a look." Duan Lingtian is now a little impatient. If he can master the way of space and can also use the understanding of the law of space, he can also quickly improve the Tao of space. Maybe he can overtake Palm the way of control first steps into the 9th level. Good. Feng Qingyang nodded, understanding Duan Lingshan's mood and taking him off immediately. On the way, Feng Qingyang asked about Wanshan Chen. "Chen Mingho from the Wanshan Chen family intervened many times to prevent me from killing Na Yuluo." Duan Lingshan's eyes flashed coldly and he said in a deep voice, "Yuluo?" Feng Qingyang was startled. "Isn't that the owner of the creation life chart? It was also the way of heaven inside when we were still there." "It's him." Duan Lingtian nodded. "How did you find him?" Feng Qingyang was surprised. He didn't expect that his disciples could actually find those powerful Hadao men in the world of gods and earth who even dreamed of finding and killing Yu Luoha who had taken the creation life plan. Duan Lingtian said, "After I stepped into the Hadao realm, I found that I had some connections with the creation life chart. I think it was because I was the life born in it, so I was promoted to Hadao. After the life level was sublimated, I had a relationship with it. There was some strange feeling." Chapter 4708. Hearing Duan Lingshan's words, Feng Qingyang's eyes brightened, and then she said with surprise on her face, "Is there such a good thing?" Of course he knows what this means. This means that his disciple can find the creation life chart at any time in the future. As long as he has the ability to kill Yu Luo He, or seriously injure Yu Luo He and steal the creation life chart from his opponent, then he will be able to become the successor of the creation life chart. A new master people. When that time comes, people like them who have been exiled to the world of the gods and the world outside the boundary and the world may be able to go back. Although he didn't feel anything wrong with staying in the divine land world, he still felt that he was more accustomed to staying in the nirvana heaven. Maybe it was because he had stayed there the longest in the past, or maybe he was really older. Gone, old, began to miss old times and prepare to retire. "Yeah, I didn't expect that either." Duan Lingtian nodded, then a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he sighed. "Actually, when I first found Yu Luoha, his injuries were still very serious. At that time, I was 90% the above certainty can kill him, but, because I deliberately blocked the way for Chen Mingho, which affected my performance, so I couldn't take advantage of that opportunity to kill him. After that, I went to find Yu Luoha again, and his injuries recovered better every time. Because Chen Mingho kept interfering with me and took action, Yuluo has recovered to the point where he is not afraid of me." After hearing what Duan Lingtian said, Feng Qingyang's face was gloomy, his eyes were cold, and he chose people to devour. Chen Mingho? He kind of remembered this person. With the speed of the two of them, Feng Qingyang soon brought Duan Lingtian to the place where he encountered the adventure. It was a dangerous place that even the 7th level of entry would not dare to enter. There were various unstable storms and turmoil inside. Time wind there are storms, space storms, and terrible storms of various elements. After I went deep inside, under the pressure of the time storm, I understood the way of time. After enlightenment, I found that my past understanding of the law of time came in handy and fit perfectly with it. The path between time is advancing by leaps and bounds. You try too. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian. At this time, the two of them were bathing in this forbidden area called the Abyss of Violence. Even if the storm shook them, it had no effect on them. When I first came here, I only entered the 8th level, and it was quite stressful. It wasn't until I was promoted to the 9th level that I could roam freely here. My way of time was gained through the process of feeling the storm of time here, because there is also a space storm here. I think it is possible for you to master the way of space. Wherever Feng Qingyang looked, the storm was raging, sometimes oscillating, sometimes stagnant, but with strange fluctuations. It was the time storm. As for the space storm, it has a sense of tearing, causing the void within sight to fold and create waves like ripples. It seems that the secret of the law of space is revealed when the world is created. Almost many. After hearing what his master said, Duan Lingshan's eyes lit up, and then he began to wander around the abyss of violence. At the same time, he deliberately relaxed his mind and sensed the space storm here. Feng Qingyang followed closely, while continuing to integrate the past understanding of the law of time into the way of time, while watching the expression changes on his disciple's face. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 13 years have passed. On this day, Feng Qingyang, who was sitting cross-legged in the distance and meditating on the way of time, suddenly noticed a cold space fluctuation coming from a distance. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the person coming was his disciple Duan Lingtian. At that time, the space storm of the violent abyss not only did not impact him, but even continued to swim around him, like fish surrounding a person entering the water. Success? Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but ask. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, with a bright smile on his face. After 13 years, he finally understood the way of space through the space storm here. The understanding of the laws of space in the past has become the key to this Tao of space. The help is indeed it's really big. I just realized it, and it's the 3rd level. Duan Lingtian felt that with his way of space, he might have a chance to surpass the progress of the way of control. In the way of control, he mostly followed the old path of old man Wukong. In fact, the road he took was still very short. If he wanted to go further, he would have no clue unless he could get a combination that contained the way of control. Daoist monument. But the Hedao monument is a treasure in the hands of any Hedao force. Basically, there are no idle ones, and they are all used by people to understand the Tao contained in it. He was able to observe the Hedao monument of Jianglan Divine Kingdom in the first place because he contributed to Jianglan Divine Kingdom and obtained the Hedao monument from Kuhai Temple. In that fight for the Hedao monument, he could be said to be the main force. To put it bluntly, without him, let alone getting another Hedao stele, the original Hedao stele from Jianglan Divine Kingdom would have to be sent to the Kuhai Temple. Although the Yongye divine monk from the Kuhai Temple didn't say anything later. But occasionally, he could still clearly detect the sadness deep in the other party's eyes, as if he helped Jianglan Divine Kingdom away the other party's most beloved concubine. General. Master, go back. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Qingyang. Now that I have understood the way of space, there is not much point in staying here. In addition, I have observed that in this violent abyss, in addition to time storms and space storms, among the many storms, there are actually life storms and death storms, but there are no elemental storms. That is to say, anyone who understands the 4 supreme laws in the creation life chart world will have the opportunity to understand the corresponding laws as long as they can enter here. The way of life. The way of death. Among the close relatives around me, there are some who have understood the 4 supreme laws in the past, but without the strength above the 8th level, there is no way to stay here for a long time, let alone comprehend the corresponding ways of the 4 supreme laws here. Speaking of what happened later, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. What surprised both Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang was that when they returned to Jianglan Divine Kingdom after 13 years, they actually met Xue Qingzhu. She was still as gorgeous as ever, standing there with a coldness on her delicate cheeks and an aura that was out of the ordinary, like a fairy in the sky, as if it would be blasphemy to look at her more than once. Master's wife? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. At the same time, he looked at Master Feng Qingyang next to him. He saw that Master's slightly frowning brows had finally relaxed. He smiled knowingly, and then retreated wisely, leaving some space. This pair has a Taoist couple I haven't seen for 100 years. Although the return of Master Shui Qingzhu was unexpected, it was also expected. With the strength of the other party, as long as nothing happens, after hearing the news about his promotion to Hedao, he will definitely come to Jianglan Divine Kingdom all the way. Chapter 4709. Neither Duan Lingtian nor Feng Qingyang and his wife stayed in Jianglan Divine Kingdom for long and left quickly. After all, people from the Wanshanshan family might still come to cause trouble. At this stage, Duan Lingtian has a chance to escape in front of the two major Hedao members of the Wanshanshan family. However, Feng Qingyang, who has not yet joined the Dao, and Shui Qingzhu, who has only entered the 7th level of the Dao, have absolutely no chance of being strong in the Hedao. The killer's men escaped of. Duan Lingtian returned to his family, and Feng Qingyang and his wife followed. After returning home, Duan Lingtian could see Yu Shao's joyful mood. Although he and Shui Qingzhu were holding hands and chatting about old times, his eyes fell more on his master Feng Qingyang. His thoughts were obvious. I have a deep love for him as my master. However, this kind of thing can only be solved by his master, and he, a junior, can just watch the show next to him. In the next period of time, Duan Lingtian, in addition to spending time with his family, was integrating his past understanding of the laws of space into the way of space, and the Tao of space was also improving at an extremely exaggerated speed, getting faster and faster. More and more amazing. In fact, Duan Lingtian is confident that within a few decades, the way of space will catch up with, or even surpass, the way of control. You must know that although the current method of control is not yet clear at the 9th level, it has reached the 8th level and should not be underestimated. Tired of staying at home, Duan Lingtian often took his wife out to travel outside of his cultivation. They traveled around the world incognito, and their footprints slowly covered almost every corner of the world of gods and earth. During this period, I also met some people who were not discerning, and without exception, they all ended badly. This is Shaoshan Divine Island. Niantian said in the past that he was trapped in a mining island in the Dark Night Forest in the eastern region of Shaoshan Divine Island. Shall we go and have a look? After Duan Lingtian and his wives arrived at Shaoshan Divine Island, Li Fei suggested that although she was quite worried about her son's experience, times have changed and it is the best ending for her son to be safe and sound. It's just a pity. The son's enemy was rescued by Lei Hong. After talking about it, Li Fei sighed, with cold anger and unwillingness mixed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Well, let's go take a look. Duan Lingtian nodded. Hearing Li Fei mention Lei Hong, his eyes were calm, his face was calm, and his tone was calm, that Lei Hong either hides for the rest of his life and never shows up, otherwise, as long as I catch one he will die without a chance burial place. He didn't expect that even though they were all exiled to the world of gods and earth, Lei Hong's hatred for him would still be so deep. Since he wants to play, then I will play with him. Soon, Duan Lingtian and his party traveled to the eastern area of Shaoshan Island and arrived at the Dark Night Forest. Finally, after asking for directions, they found the mining island. Looking at the mine island, although Li Fei knew that her son was safe, she still felt sad. His son suffered a lot here. After not staying here long, Duan Lingtian and his party set off again to continue traveling around the world of gods and earth. While traveling, Duan Lingtian did not forget to understand the way of space. After all, this was the key to whether he could ask Wanshanshan for an explanation and whether he could the creation life plate from Yu Luoha. He has a strong hunch that once the way of space is promoted to the 9th level, it will easily merge into his infinite sword way. After all, in the past in Wanjia, he followed the path of space swordsmanship. Now, the way of infinity is completely integrated into the way of swordsmanship. Once the way of swordsmanship and the way of space are integrated, the union of the three ways is right in front of you. The three paths merge into one. At this thought, Duan Lingshan's eyes were filled with hot flames. Only when the three paths are successfully combined can he truly stand at the pinnacle of this world of gods and earth. Moreover, the swordsmanship of infinite space, according to what he has learned so far, the world of gods and earth, there is no record in history that anyone has ever embarked on this path of harmony. Once he embarks on this path, he will be stronger than the current three-way powerhouses in the world of gods and earth. Because those powerful Hadao masters who combined the three ways all followed the old road that others had walked, and precisely because of the three ways integrating one-way monument left by their predecessors, they took it as a reference. Can we take a crucial step and successfully combine the three Tao and become a strong man who combines the three Tao? They tried their best to kill Yu Luaha, and the old owner of the creation life chart was also killed. It is absolutely impossible to do it out of compassion for others. They must be worried that Yu Luaha will merge the way of living sacrifice into the original two paths and embark on a new path of combining the three paths, which will make them invincible in the world of gods and earth and threaten them. Those people in the world of gods and earth, those who are strong in combining three paths, follow the old path that others have walked, so although they are stronger than those who combine two paths, their strength is limited. They want to leave behind someone who is not weak in a face-to-face situation. There is a certain degree of difficulty for those who are strong in combining the two paths. Of course, in a normal duel, the strongest of the three combined forces will definitely win. However, it is difficult for them to kill a strong man from the combined path. However, if the powerful man from the Wanshan sect's He San Dao attacks me, and another He Air Dao Chen Mingho steals the way, I may not be able to escape from the opponent's hands. This is also the disadvantage of following the same path as others. It is precisely because of this that Chen Mingho was so angry that he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian quickly. After confirming that Duan Lingtian was in Jianglan Divine Kingdom, he immediately rushed to Jianglan Divine Kingdom with his grandfather, who was a member of the three ways. I want to kill Duan Lingtian in Jianglan Divine Kingdom so that he can exclusively enjoy the infinite sword. Time flies by like a white horse passing by. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 years have passed. In these more than 100 years, all the old friends from the creation chart who are still alive have basically traveled thousands of miles to come to Jianglan Divine Kingdom after hearing about Duan Lingshan's name that made him famous in the world of gods and earth. The Duan mansion defected and had a place to stay since then. For a time, Duan mansion became even more lively. However, Duan Lingtian still asked the relatives and friends around him to stay outside, not wanting them to return to the Duan mansion and become the target of the Wanshan family and even Lei Hong. Since he failed to kill Duan Niantian and kidnapped Duan Nianshan's enemies, Lei Hong seemed to have completely disappeared. Try again. As long as you can break through in one go, these three paths will be unified. More than 100 years later, Duan Lingtian successfully understood the way of space with the help of his understanding of the laws of space in the past Dzogchen realm. The 9th level, he had already begun to try to combine it into the infinite sword way in the past few years. Take the most critical step. However, several years have passed, but they have not yet been able to successfully combine it. However, he is not discouraged. After all, if it were really that easy to combine the three ways, there wouldn't be only a few strong people in the world of the gods and earth. Chapter 47:10. What about Yu Luaha and Chen Mingho? Duan Lingtian temporarily forgot about them. Because he knew very well that with his current strength, he couldn't do anything to them. Only by combining the way of space into the infinite sword way, and integrating the three ways into one, could he have the capital to intercept Yu Luaha and seize the creation life chart. Even go find Chen Mingho to settle the grievances caused by deliberately stealing the road in the past. The way of space is mysterious and unpredictable. A few years ago, he went to the two major unions of Jianglan Divine Kingdom and Kuhai Temple and asked them for information about the way of space. According to what they said, the way of space is among the 10,000 ways. Considered relatively strong big way. It is said that the super strong man who refined the creation life chart in the past had the way of space among the ways he combined. There is even a way of time. That person is said to be one of the few superpowers in the history of the world of gods and earth who combines the four realms. Of course, according to Jiang Tianzheng and Yongya Divine Monk, it is just a legend. No one can be sure whether it is true or not, because the person who refined the creation life chart was a figure from the world of gods and earth a long time ago and can be traced back to Taikui time that is so far away from the present that it is unimaginable. The creation life chart also went to bed with that person at the end of his life, and rested in the tomb left by the other person. It was not until someone got the creation life chart that it reappeared in front of the world. The person who got the creation life chart was the old owner of the creation life chart in the past, and was also the way of heaven of the historical era where old man Wukong lived. In the past, it was precisely because that person was besieged and killed, and the creation life plate was shattered, that the lives inside were not as lucky as Duan Lingshan's generation, and they all died with the creation life plate being broken. Even if they were stronger than no time, old humans are not immune to being destroyed by the power of the rules of the creation chart. This time, although the new master Yu Luaha was also surrounded and killed, the opponent had the means to save his life. He risked serious injuries and escaped with a slightly damaged creation life chart. As long as I integrate the way of space into the infinite sword way, I will not be afraid of anyone in this world of gods and earth, including those powerful men of the three combined ways. Duan Lingshan's eyes flashed with passion and yearning. In the past, in the world of creation and destiny, he was invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. After coming to the world of gods and earth, although he was considered a strong man, there were still beings stronger than him. Now standing at the pinnacle of the world of gods and earth, there are still a few people who are stronger than him. As for other people, many of them are slightly stronger than him, but when combined with the two, even if they are strong, they are only limited. However, with the interference of Chen Mingho's shit-stirring stick, his strength can only be regarded as the bottom existence in the Hedao realm in the world of gods and earth, because when he is robbed, his strength will be significant restrictions, such as a result, it is naturally a big discount. When Duan Lingtian studied the way of space and merged into the infinite sword way, his master Feng Qingyang was also on the road to combine the way of time and the way of sword. His way of time also entered the 9th level a few years ago. As long as Hedao succeeds, you can master the sword of time. Although the time sword way is not a new way in the world of gods and earth, because the way of time is extremely difficult to understand, the number of people who have experienced the time sword way in the history of the god and earth world is extremely limited, so even though it is not a new way, they can still master it. Call it the quasi-new way. If Feng Qingyang could synthesize the time sword Dao, his strength would probably be second only to those strong men who combine the 3 Dao in the world of eyes and earth. Because of the existence of the other combined paths, the path that each person walks has a time when Kendo is new. For example, Duan Lingtian, even if Chen Mingho doesn't compete with him, Feng Qingyang, who combines the time swordsmanship with his infinite swordsmanship, is by no means an opponent. The difference lies in the newness or oldness of the Tao of harmony. The older the Tao, the weaker the power it can mobilize. In the end, Feng Qingyang was the first to successfully merge, and for a while, a strange phenomenon appeared in the world, shaking all directions. Even though there was no one nearby, the movement was so big that it spread widely. Practitioners further away saw the movement, and for a while the knowledgeable people were in an uproar. Someone succeeded. Oh my God! What kind of harmony is this? Look at this vision. One of them is the way of swordsmanship, and the other way is not recognized. This power looks extremely mysterious, and it feels more terrifying than the way of swordsmanship. There was a Hedao strongman who broke through. Even though everyone was curious, after confirming that the other party broke through in a deserted place, no one dared to get close, for fear of offending the other party. The other party is hiding in a place like this, obviously not wanting to be disturbed. If they rush over and disturb the other party, they will not be able to bear the drop of a finger when the other party is angry. I really didn't expect that in just 200 years, 2 powerful Hedao warriors would be born. Yes. This is also the first time in the history of the world of gods and earth. Those are powerful Hedao warriors. 2 people became successful within 200 years. Looking at the past history of the world, there has never been such a bizarre thing. While the people outside were shocked, Duan Lingtian and others also gathered over after Feng Qingyang broke through. Master, congratulations. Duan Lingtian was the first to congratulate him, and everyone else followed suit. They were Duan Lingshan's relatives and friends, and they all respected Duan Lingshan's master from the bottom of their hearts. Now, the other party has also succeeded in joining the Tao, which makes them marvel and inevitably feel happy. Because this also means that people like them can gain a better foothold in the world of gods and earth, and may not need to hide like in the past. So Wanshan Shen is not afraid of Duan Lingtian and Hedao realm. How can he not be afraid of Tu Hedao territory? Thank you all. Feng Qingyang responded with a smile, and at the same time looked at Duan Lingtian, with a look of eagerness on his face. Xiaotian, can you and I find a place to spar? Master, there is no need. I am definitely not your opponent now. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said helplessly, not to mention my action, Chen Mingho will most likely cause trouble. Even if he doesn't cause trouble, Infinite Sword Dao will one path is far inferior to the Time Sword path. The former was killed by others, the latter is a quasi-new way. Hearing this, Feng Qing raised his eyebrows and his eyes were slightly cold. Xiaotian, I have made a breakthrough now. Otherwise, you and I will go to the Wanshan family together to warn Chen Mingho. You and I are both in harmony, and now we are still really not afraid of their Wanshan family. They are a double master, so why are we not? Seeing that his master seemed eager to fly to the Wanshan family immediately, Duan Lingtian shook his head again. Master, there is no need for that at the moment. With our current strength, the most we can do is give them a warning. We can't do anything to them. With the strong man who combines the three ways, it's hard for us to touch Chen Mingho. Let's take a trip. Chapter 47:11. Master Feng Qingyang successfully joined the path. Duan Lingtian was happy for him, and at the same time, his motivation increased greatly. Continue to delve into the ways of space. As long as my way of space is integrated into the Infinite Sword Way, and the Infinite Space Sword Way is achieved, with the strength of my master and me, no one in this divine earth world will dare to offend. Even the Wanshan family is not enough for concern. That old guy from the Wanshan family who combines the three ways, according to what the Yongye divine monk said, he only combined a path that many people have walked. In terms of strength, the 5 powerful people in the world of gods and earth who combine the three ways, he is the weakest. Over the years, Duan Lingtian occasionally went to Jianglan Divine Kingdom to find Jiang Tianjing, and to Kuhai Temple to find Yongye Divine Monk. In addition to discussing Taoism, he also learned a lot about the world of divine land from their mouths, including those who are strong in Hedao. Among the 5 strongest people, Chen Zhouxiao of the Wanshan family is weaker. If he can integrate the way of space into the Infinite Sword Way, not to mention surpassing Chen Zhouxiao, he can even surpass the other 4 powerful three-way masters in the world of gods and earth. At that time, with the cooperation of his master with the Sword of Time, even if it is a powerful person from the 3 combined paths, the 2 of them may not be able to intercept him. After I break through, I will first destroy Yu Luoha and seize the creation fate. Then, I will go to the Wanshan family and destroy that Chen Mingho. If Chen Zhouxiao dares to stop, then let's destroy them together. At this thought, Duan Lingshan's eyes also flashed with a bit of sternness. After all, he had no intention of provoking the other party at first, but the other party just came to him, looking like he was going to kill him, making him want to convince himself to let go. It's difficult to get past the other party. Continue. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian once again immersed himself in the understanding of the way of space and the way of the infinite sword. Currently, the integration of the way of space and the way of sword is advancing very quickly, but the only slower ones are the way of infinity and the way of space. Fusion of Tao encountered some difficulties. However, Duan Lingtian believes that as long as he is given time, he will be able to completely integrate it sooner or later. Once that time comes, it also means that his 3 paths merge into one. Since Feng Qingyang succeeded in joining the Tao, Duan Lingtian and others left that secluded place because it had been exposed. Even if no one would disturb them in a short period of time, over time, there would definitely be someone joining the way. Dao Qiang, come and visit Feng Qingyang, the newly promoted Hedao. Although with the current strength of Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, even the two Hadao of the Wanshanshan family would have to consider it. They did not want to be disturbed, so they moved away. Changed to a secluded place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. After being promoted to Hadao, Feng Qingyang became more relaxed. According to what he said, his third path was still early, so there was no rush. The matter of combining the three paths should be left to his disciple Duan Lingtian first. As for himself, he took Shui Qingzhu and Yu Shao out sometimes and came back sometimes, which was very uncomfortable. It is worth mentioning that with Shui Qingzhu's help, Yu Shao also became Duan Lingshan's mistress. To be precise, she is the second master. Time is like sand that cannot be grasped, constantly flowing away, leaving no time to care. Spring passed and autumn came, and 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. After 1,000 years, Yu Luoha completely recovered from his injuries. Standing on the top of a steep mountain peak, Yu Luoha was wearing a white robe and his handsome face revealed a bit of evil. He looked into the distance with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. For more than 1,000 years, Duan Lingtian hasn't come back, it seems like he gave up. But Yu Luoha couldn't help but frown when he thought that Duan Lingtian could sense the location of the creation chart. This was something he never expected. After all, the creation chart was not made by him, and he didn't know what kind of hidden hand it contained. Over the past 1,000 years, he has also carefully studied the creation chart that has been restored to its original state and the worlds inside have been restabilized. However, in the end, he has not been able to understand why the creation chart was destroyed by the beings who walked out of it. Breakthrough perceived after reaching the Hadao realm. Judging from the current situation, Duan Lingtian probably has no intention of asking a strong person in the Hadao realm to help deal with me, otherwise, he would have come long ago. The creation chart has always been on Luo He, because this is his heady. The core of the way of life sacrifice, is that as long as he successfully merges, his three paths will become one, which will be a new thing that has never appeared in the past history of the world of gods and earth. Tao, the real new Tao, not some quasi-new Tao. At that time, even if the three powerful men in the world of gods and earth join forces to deal with him, even if he is defeated, he will still be able to retreat calmly. It seems that Duan Lingtian doesn't intend to let others know where the creation chart is. Is he worried about making a wedding dress for others? After thinking about this, Yu Luoha secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was really worried that Duan Lingtian would bring a group of Hadao strong men to track and kill him. His only means of saving life had been used last time. If the previous situation happened again this time, if he was surrounded and killed, he would definitely die. But I still need to integrate the way of life sacrifice into my original way as soon as possible. After the three ways merge into one, even if I don't kill that part of Lingtian, no one will be able to take away the creation life chart. After years of hard work, Yu Luoha not only repaired the creation chart, but also allowed the way of life sacrifice to enter the 9th level. He is now on the road to combining the three ways and is preparing to combine them into one. A whole new way. Suddenly, the outer consciousness seemed to notice something, causing Yu Luoha's color to change instantly. Call. Call. I saw the void shaking in the distance. In a blink of an eye, two figures had already passed through Yuluo River's spiritual consciousness and came to the vicinity of Yuluo River. They stood there in the air and stared at the distance. Looking at him, it was two young men. One is wearing purple and the other is wearing green robe. Duan Lingtian? Feng Qingyang? As the owner of the creation life plan, although he cannot directly intervene in the life and death of the creatures in the world of the creation life plan due to the rules, it is easy to monitor them, so he has long known that Duan Lingtian, gentle breeze, what it looks like. Otherwise, when Duan Lingtian came to chase him, he wouldn't have recognized Duan Lingtian at first sight. The wind is gentle. Yu Luoha was really not afraid of Duan Lingtian. With his strength restored to its prime, it would be easy to defeat Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian refused to retreat, it would not be surprising if he died at his hands. After all, the path he is currently following is a quasi-new path. He is also one of the best among the two strong men in the world of gods and earth. Otherwise, He was surrounded and killed last time. Even if he had the means to save his life, he would not be able to escape death. When his spiritual consciousness touched the past and approached Feng Qingyang, Yu Luoha's color changed instantly, and his face showed a look of horror. How is that possible? He has also been promoted to Hedao. When did Hedao become Chinese cabbage? Are you kidding me? Chapter 47:12. In the creation world, Yu Luoha was shocked by the emergence of an other like Duan Lingtian. A person who came out of a world like the creation chart, in his eyes, was like a material existence, and one day he was able to catch up with himself. You must know that you are the master of the creation chart, which is equivalent to watching an ant suddenly one day have as much power as yourself and be in the same realm as yourself. Now, looking at the two Hedao statues in front of him, he felt like his heart was trembling. Feng Qingyang, a being who was equally gifted and powerful in this creation life chart world and had always been second only to Duan Lingtian, actually after coming to the world of divine soil, he successfully merged with the Tao and became a strong Taoist. These two masters and disciples are going against heaven. A double path. Humph. Yu Luoha secretly took a breath of air and forced himself to calm down. Yu Luoha, who didn't want Duan Lingtian and the others to find out what a fuss he was making, suddenly snorted coldly, and then looked at Duan Lingtian with a joking expression. Duan Lingtian, don't you? Meeting, do you think you can keep me by bringing your master? Today, my Yu Luohi's injury has completely recovered. Don't talk about you and your newly promoted Hedao master. Even if the Wanshanshan family has a double Hedao, it will be difficult for me to stay. Yu Luoha's strength is also among the best among the powerful Heir Dao. This is where his confidence lies. Maybe I'm not a match for the two of you together, but if you want to keep me, it's simply impossible. Yu Luoha said in a proud tone. Wow. The next moment, Yu Luoha soared into the air, his robes trembling, floating like an immortal. He faced Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang in the air, with a hint of teasing and disdain on his lips. Wanshanshan family? Facing the confident Yu Luoha, and hearing Yu Luoha's words again, Duan Lingshan's lips showed an evil smile and his eyes narrowed slightly. Yu Luoha, you actually turned Wanshanshan family into are those two Hedaos compared to my master? Are they the only ones, also suitable? If it were another Hedao, even if his strength was as strong as the two from the Wanshanshan family, he would not trample on others verbally. After all, there was no grievance or enmity. However, the two members of the Wanshanshan family are no different from enemies to him. If you don't step on this kind of person, who else can you step on? Yo ho. Duan Lingshan's words made Yu Luoha couldn't help but laugh. Duan Lingtian, what do you mean by this? Are you and your master stronger than the two from the Wanshanshan family? Ridiculous. Once you take action, Chen Mingho from the Wanshanshan sect will definitely compete with you. How much strength will you have left by then? Today, if you didn't bring Feng Qingyang with you, would you dare to come to me? Trash. After saying this, Yu Luoha smiled ferociously, his eyes full of disdain. After all, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian was not a threat. He was just a weak Hedao. Once Chen Mingho snatched him away, his strength would be divine land world definitely at the bottom of the list. Such a person dares to shout in front of him? Ridiculous. Stealing the way? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Who told you? I, Duan Lingtian, am still sharing the same platform with Chen Mingho? As soon as these words came out, Yu Luoha couldn't help but frown and didn't react immediately. However, in the blink of an eye, it was like a bolt of lightning struck, splitting the chaos in his mind and bringing him back to consciousness. But soon he quickly objected in his heart, impossible. No way. How long has it been? It's impossible for him to successfully merge with the third path. Yu Luoha was not a fool. He quickly realized what Duan Lingshan's words meant, but the reaction was a reaction. He subconsciously thought that Duan Lingtian was doing it on purpose. Scared him because he thought Duan Lingtian couldn't be in such a short time. The third path will be combined within the time limit. Combining the three paths is not that simple, otherwise there would not be only a few people in the world of gods and earth with that strength. Unless there is something special about the life born in the creation chart. However, as Duan Lingtian raised his hand casually, the power of Hadao swept down. As soon as the terrifying power appeared, the world became larger. The sky that was originally daytime dimmed in an instant, and the terrifying sword energy spread across the sky. Heaven and earth, the void trembles, and countless tiny space cracks appear. You know, this is the world of divine land, and the stability of the space is beyond ordinary people's imagination. Even if a strong man from the three combined paths takes action, it will be difficult to break the space. Unless the one that combines them is the way of space. And now, with Duan Lingtian taking action, Yu Luoha has completely confirmed. Duan Lingtian has indeed merged into the third path, and it is also the way of space. Is it possible? At this moment, a crazy idea arose in Yu Luoha's mind. Can the laws of space in the creation world be brought out there and presented here in the form of the law of space? In addition, it was difficult for him to understand why Duan Lingtian could comprehend the way of space to the 9th level and integrate it into the infinite sword way in such a short period of time. He is the master of the creation life chart, and he knows Duan Lingtian's industry very well. Before coming to the world of divine soil, he had never been exposed to the law of space, but he was good at the law of space in the world of the creation life chart, and he had already to realize the state of Dzogchen, escape dash. After confirming that Duan Lingtian had combined the third path, Yu Luoha only had fear in his mind. He quickly stepped away and planned to leave this place. However, Feng Qingyang, who had been staring at him for a long time, suddenly took action the moment he started. The power that was ready to go surged out, and soon the power of the sword was borrowed by him. The sword light was raging, as if it turned into a rain of swords. The land covered by the rain of swords, the void was stagnant, and even the speed of Yu Luohi's departure was too fast. Time has become much slower. At this moment, Yu Luoha also confirmed what path Feng Qinjiang was following. Time Kendo. This also allowed him to further confirm that some of the power of laws in the world of creation and life charts can be presented in the form of Tao in the world of divine earth. Go away. Yu Luoha roared angrily, and the terrifying power in his body shook. Then his power of Hadao was also attracted from the sky. However, in the process, he discovered that the speed of the power of Hadao was actually also affected by the gentle way of time affected and became a little slower. The overwhelming time sword rain shrouded the land, and time stagnated and slowed down. At this moment, Yu Luoha's scalp was numb and he felt desperate. How to escape? Without any hesitation, Yu Luoha gritted his teeth and said hurriedly, Duan Lingtian, if you want the creation life chart, I will give it to you. You and I have no grievances, so you don't have to kill me, right? Killing me will do you no good. Chapter 47:13. No injustice or enmity. Duan Lingtian stood in the sky, surrounded by terrifying power. He looked astonishingly powerful. He stared at Yu Luoha with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. You regard the people of the creation life pan world, including me, as your resources. Use it to understand the way of life sacrifice for yourself. Isn't this a grudge? My relatives and friends and I were separated in the world of gods and earth, and it was difficult to reunite. My son almost died outside. Isn't this considered revenge? Ridiculous. After the words fell, Duan Lingtian suddenly took action. The power behind his back shook. He borrowed the power of the infinite space swordsmanship and turned it into a giant sword in the sky. It fell with pressure and further blocked the sky and the sun in the dim sky. It was very terrifying. It was the power that shook the space, carrying endless power and striking down, as if it could crush everything and sweep towards the Yuluo River. And now Yu Luoha can't escape even if he wants to, because Feng Qingyang has taken action to control the flow of time in his space. Although it is impossible to stop him and the extent of affecting his speed is limited, at their level, even if just the slightest stagnation of speed is extremely fatal. Therefore, when facing Duan Lingtian's terrifying offensive, Yu Luoha could only bite the bullet and take action to meet it, because if he didn't take action, at his current speed after being stagnated, it would be no different from waiting to be killed. However, even if Yu Luo he took action with all his his quasi-new power of the second path was still vulnerable to Duan Lingshan's new power of the third path. After a brief stalemate, it was shattered, and then Yu Luo He Zhen was also overwhelmed by Duan Lingshan's violent offensive. However, even so, he is still not dead. After all, he is the strongest. Under Duan Lingshan's full blow, the opponent tried his best to resist, but still survived. However, his body was seriously injured, his breath was weak, and his soul was crumbling like a withered lamp. Duan Ling Tian, don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, you can put forward any conditions. Yu Luoha, who was more seriously injured than the last time he was surrounded and killed by a group of Hedao, knew that he had no capital to escape now. As long as the person in front of him thought about it, his life could be easily wiped out at any time. Sorry, not interested. Duan Lingtian spoke calmly, and with crisp movements, sent him directly to Luoha and back to the west. Yu Luoha, the master of the creation life chart, the way of heaven in all realms and beyond, may have never dreamed before that one day he would die in the hands of someone who came out of the world of the creation life chart. You must know that in his eyes, the people inside are just materials, ants used to help him understand the way of life sacrifice. After killing Yu Luoha, Duan Lingtian also got the creation life chart from his Neji. Since then, he has achieved his purpose of coming to Yu Luohi this time. At the same time, he is preparing to study the creation life chart to see if he can make it those lives that have been exiled to the world of gods and earth, go home again. Hedao is still easy to kill. Feng Qingyang smiled and came forward to observe the creation chart with Duan Lingtian. There was a little more expectation in his eyes. If possible, he still wanted to return to the Nirvana heaven to retire in old age. If it hadn't been for your good cooperation, Master, I might not have been able to keep him on my own. Duan Lingtian sighed and sighed. After all, he is a strong man in the combined way. Even if he only combines 2 ways, his strength is not trivial. Even if his 3 ways combined into one is a brand new way, he can crush the opponent, but his offensive is only strong, and he is no better than the opponent in terms of speed. How much stronger? The way of space can be banned, but it is not enough to keep the opponent. All in all, if Master Duan Lingtian didn't use the characteristics of the way of time to freeze the opponent today, it would be difficult for him to let the opponent confront him head-on. With his current combined strength of the 3 paths, looking at the world of eyes and earth, he does not think that anyone can take advantage of him in a confrontation. Let's go back and study it again. Feng Qingyang said. Master has only been away from the 2 mistresses for a short while, and he misses them again? You kid, you're getting smaller and smaller. The main reason why he came to kill Yu Luoha this time was because Duan Lingtian had made a breakthrough some time ago, successfully combined the 3 paths into one, and mastered the infinite space sword Dao. After getting familiar with the new way during this period, he couldn't wait to bring his master Feng Qingyang to Yu Luoha. It is worth mentioning that Master Feng Qingyang was able to sense the existence of the creation life chart after entering the He Dao realm. It can be seen that as long as the life comes out of the creation life chart, after entering the He Dao realm, all can have some subtle soul connections with the creation chart. Perhaps it is because their lives originally originated from the world of creation and natal charts, and it is difficult to break away from it. It was actually repaired. After returning home, Duan Lingtian recognized the creation life chart as its owner, and after getting familiar with it, he observed the creation life chart world from the perspective of the way of heaven, and at the same time, he also had a certain understanding of the many rules of the creation life chart. Some of the things he learned made him secretly gasp. According to the rules of the creation life chart, the owner of the creation life chart cannot fully grasp all the rules before the 3 paths are unified into one, and can only master part of the rules. For example, as long as the life in the creation chart is in the world of the creation chart and has not left the world of the creation chart, you cannot directly kill it. There is no way to enter it, otherwise the rules will collapse. Once you enter by force, the creation life chart world will also be destroyed. But once this happens, it will not be able to comprehend the way of living sacrifice, so it is impossible for Yu Luohi to do this. If the owner of the creation life chart unites the 3 realms into one, he will be able to break these rules. Not only can he enter it physically, but but he can even take the life of any living creature inside from a distance. Duan Lingtian smiled. Fortunately, he has now united the three realms into one. Otherwise, when his relatives and friends return to the creation world, he, as the new owner of the creation chart, will not be able to go home. Is there still such a restriction? Feng Qingyang on the side was also a little surprised after learning the rules and details of the creation life chart from Duan Lingtian. In this case, if I were the master of the creation life chart, there would be nothing I could do before the three paths were unified. Return to the nirvana heaven? The master of the creation chart who combines the three paths into one has mastered all the rules of the creation chart world. It also includes finding him himself through the breath left by the life inside. Even if he wanders into the world of gods and earth, I can still lock his location just like I sensed the creation life chart when I stepped into Hedao before. Hearing this, Feng Qingyang's eyes were bright and he couldn't help but exclaimed, in other words. Whether it's Lei Hong or Yinqin Yan, you can still find them even if they are hiding in any corner of the divine earth world? That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. I have an impression of the auras of both of them. As long as I spend some time to find out their auras from the creation life chart world and integrate them into my soul, I can sense them now. It's at its location. Haha. Okay. This time, they are doomed. Feng Qingyang laughed heartily, and then her eyes were cold, especially that Lei Hong, who almost killed Nian Tian last time. Duan Lingtian nodded, his eyes gradually becoming colder. This time, it's time to settle the old and new accounts together. Chapter 47:14. In the next period of time, Duan Lingtian began to search for the aura of Lei Hong and Yunqin Yan in the creation chart. Both of them were familiar to him. As long as he found their aura and integrated it into his soul, he would be able to sense it. Arrive their existence. After all, he is now the master of the creation chart, and the other two are the lives born in the creation chart. He is now the new way of heaven in all realms and beyond. While Duan Lingtian was immersed in the world of creation and life charts, Feng Qingyang raised his head slightly and looked at the turbulent vision on the horizon, a little surprised. It's been so long and it hasn't disappeared yet? After Yulua he was killed by his disciple Duan Lingtian, there was a vision in the sky where the road of Hedao collapsed. It was even possible to identify whose way it was through the road of Hedao, so as to know who was killed. At first, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang thought that Yuluaha had been killed, and the strange phenomenon enveloped the surrounding area, which was similar to the vision that appeared when they broke through the Hedao. However, until they returned to the habitat of their family and friends, the sky was still in harmony. The vision of heaven and earth where Tao falls, above the layers of clouds and mist, the road to Hedao collapses, and silhouettes can be vaguely seen across the sky, and then suddenly fall, completely silent. However, after this scene ends, the cycle continues again. This vision lasted for a whole day and night. And in just one day and one night, the entire world of divine land was in a state of shock. This is because the vision of the death of a strong Hedao man is different from the vision of promotion. It sweeps and envelopes the entire divine earth world. All the strong Hedao masters who have not retreated in the divine earth world discovered this at the first time. Vision, and the identity of the deceased person was confirmed from the path of Hedao presented in the vision. It's Yuluo. He's dead. Oh my god. Who killed Yuluo? Last time, so many Hedao jointly attacked, but they couldn't kill Yuluo, and now they are killed quietly. Did those three powerful men join forces to take action? At the same time, Chen Mingho of the Wanshan Chen family also found his grandfather Chen Jiuxiao. Grandpa, you didn't go out. Is it those people who did it? Many people now suspect that it was some three strong men from the world of gods and earth. The other party shot and killed Yuluaha, but he knew that his grandfather had not been out recently, and he did not hear from the other party that other people had taken action, because those people were like if he wanted to take action, he would usually contact his grandfather. After all, his grandfather was a strong man of three ways. Who else could be there besides them? Chen Jiuxiao snorted coldly and said, "It seems that everyone is beginning to dislike me for being weak. They found Yuluaha and they didn't even notify me. Hateful." The other three powerful men did not know Qin Jiaxiu's current thoughts, otherwise he would have died unjustly, because Yu Luoha's death had nothing to do with any of them. After a period of time, they gathered together and found out that none of them had taken action. They all looked confused and confused. That is how the matter? What's the situation? Then Yu Luoha, is it possible that the creation life chart backfired? But I never heard that the creation life chart can backfire on others. The creation life chart is a super strong person from the four paths in the history of our world of gods and earth. The thing he refined may have something special and can kill the two strong people. So, is the creation chart still an ominous thing? Fortunately, we got the creation life chart last time. We divided it into several parts and kept one each for safekeeping. If we really wanted to put it all together and leave it to someone to keep, we might end up harming him. Several three-way strong men began to think about it at this time. Among them, Qin Jiaxiu's resentment hidden in his heart has disappeared. It turns out that these people did not abandon him to kill Yu Luoha and seize the creation life chart. Yu Luoha had another cause of death. Sir, do you really not need me to serve you? I guarantee that as long as you try it once, you will never come back. In a splendid hall, a young woman with a good face found a bald man, looked at him with a seductive look, and said coquettishly. However, the bald man just glanced at her and gave her the word "get out." What rubbish. He had gotten tired of women a long time ago and was no longer interested in them. In his world now, there is only the word becoming stronger. If the other party hadn't been the enemy of Duan Lingshan's son and allowed him to discuss Duan Lingtian, he would have killed him with a slap. Grown-ups. If you don't get out, you'll die. Sir, I'm leaving now, I'm leaving now. Guo Lily just turned around and was about to walk out, but suddenly stopped, looking at one of the two figures not far away. Her pretty face suddenly changed color. Duan Yantian? At the same time, she also noticed Duan Nianshan's side. There was another young man who was somewhat similar to Duan Yantian. There was a bit more vicissitudes and maturity in his indifferent eyes, so that she guessed the other person's identity immediately. Duan Lingtian, the new Hadao powerhouse from Jianglan Divine Kingdom. Plop. Guo Lily was so frightened that she collapsed directly to the ground after screaming, her whole body shaking violently, her eyes full of despair. How did the other party find this place? She couldn't imagine it. The 8th level Taoist who brought her here could not possibly expose the whereabouts of this place. After all, the other party also knew that his enemy was a powerful Taoist. Once he was found, he would definitely die. Huh. Lei Hong was closing his eyes to rest, and he didn't notice any abnormality with his spiritual consciousness that was always outside. After all, the spiritual consciousness of a strong Taoist can isolate the spiritual consciousness of entering the Tao. Under the cover of Duan Lingshan's spiritual consciousness, I and my son Duan Yantian were together. It was as if Lei Hong was invisible in front of his spiritual consciousness. But now, Guo Lily's exclamation made him wake up instantly like a dream, and he quickly opened his eyes. At just one glance, I saw two familiar faces. Duan Yantian, a little trash who has not yet entered Taoism, is no different from an ant in his eyes. The other person was the one who almost killed him in the past. Moreover, the other party is now in harmony. Duan Lingtian. How did he find this place? Lei Hong's expression suddenly changed, and at the same time he did not dare to hesitate. He immediately set out to break through the hall and prepared to escape. However, as soon as he hit the palace wall, he found that he could not move forward. A wall seemed to have been erected on the way forward, stopping him there, which also made him change his face again. What is it? This is space laws? No. It's the way of space. When Lei Hong was panicking and even despairing, Duan Lingshan's calm voice came slowly over. Lei Hong, it's rare for an old friend to see you again, and you ran away without even saying hello. Isn't it a bit rude? Chapter 47:15. Lei Hong's face was pale and he was sweating profusely, but his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian were filled with unwillingness. Duan Lingtian, how did you find this place? This place is so hidden that it is logically impossible for Duan Lingtian to find it. Although Guo Lily was brought here by him, this woman was always under the surveillance of his spiritual consciousness. She could not make any small moves at all. It was impossible to tip off Duan Lingtian, and the other party did not have the position to tip off the tip because she is the person Duan Lingtian must kill. Are you looking for Duan Lingtian to come here to kill you? I know I'm no match for you, but I hope that even if I die, you will let me die clearly. Lei Hong, who is well aware of the gap between himself and Duan Lingtian, knows that he will definitely die today, but if he cannot solve this doubt before he dies, he will really die in peace. To show my sincerity, I will help you kill this femme fatale who harmed your son. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Hong struck out like lightning and killed Guo Lily from the air. Guo Lily fell to the ground with her eyes wide open. She could not figure out until her death why the person who saved her would help Duan Niantian kill her here. Then, Lei Hong stared at Duan Lingtian with red eyes and growled, "Lei Hong, please." Facing Lei Hong's hysteria, Duan Lingtian glanced at him lightly and said in a calm tone, "Lei Hong, according to my previous temperament, I will definitely not be able to answer your questions before you die. Now, I can explain something to you." If before he became the master of the creation life chart, faced with the current situation, he would have really not bothered to nag Lei Hong and killed Lei Hong directly. As for Lei Hong dying with a peaceful eye, what would it have to do with him? Dry? But now, after becoming the person who created the birth chart, his patterns suddenly opened up. In other words, his mentality has completely changed. In his eyes, Lei Hong is no longer the enemy or rival of the past, but just a little creature born in the world he controls. Yu Luoha has been killed by me. The creation chart has recognized me as the master. After combining the three paths, I can master the creation life chart better than Luo He. I can lock your position by collecting the traces and auras you left in the world of the creation life chart. When Duan Lingtian said this, Lei Hong's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Duan Lingtian again, as if he had seen a ghost. Combine three paths? Although he felt that it was a bit outrageous and even a fantasy, he also knew that at this time, there was no need for Duan Lingtian to deceive himself. At this moment, he was filled with regret. If I had known that Duan Lingtian was so rebellious, when I had an enmity with Duan Lingtian, wouldn't I just have bowed my head to him and be done with it? Why should you look down on the other person just because you think the other person is a junior? Regret. Is there anything else you want to ask? Duan Lingtian said calmly, "If not, I will send you on your way." It's gone. Lei Hong smiled miserably, but at the same time, his strength vibrated, bursting out with the final glory. Although he knew that he was not Duan Lingtian's opponent, but with his character, he was not someone who just waited to be killed. Even if he knew that he was defeated, he knew that he would fight back. Resistance means death, but he doesn't want to wait for death. However, the strength of Lei Hong, who entered the 8th level of the Tao, in front of Duan Lingtian, who had combined the 3 levels, was like the difference between the light of a grain of rice and the brightness of the bright moon. He was wiped out by Duan Lingtian, and then Lei Hong's entire body was also suppressed by Duan Lingtian. The terrifying power was crushed, the spirit and soul were destroyed, and the body no longer existed. Duan Lingtian's enemy, who had been his enemy for many years, died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. If we say that when the two of them first became enemies, Lei Hong still had some strength to resist, but now Lei Hong doesn't even have the slightest strength to resist. Father, since Guo Lily and Lei Hong are both dead, please send me back. I also want to cultivate the way of space. I will first go back to the creation life chart world to lay the foundation, and then come to the world of gods and earth to transform it into the way of space. Duan Niantian said to his father that the strength his father showed shocked him. The once arrogant man who stood at the top of the world and the one who killed him casually had no way to fight back in front of his father. His strength was like fish on a chopping board for his father to slaughter. Although he knew that he would never have the hope of catching up with his father in this life, as Duan Lingtian's son, he really didn't want to be called a tiger father and dog son. He also wants to become stronger. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then sent his son back to the creation world. Some time ago, after he thoroughly grasped and became familiar with the creation chart and captured the auras of Lei Hong and Yun Qinyan, he asked his family and friends for their opinions, and then sent them back when they readily agreed. Create the birth chart world. After returning, everyone was very happy. Although the world of Divine Land is not bad, it is not their hometown. They still prefer to stay in the world or outside the world. Now, as the creation chart has been repaired, the land outside the world and the world have returned to their original appearance. However, many of the destroyed buildings have not been restored and are still in ruins. But these are not a problem for them. Just rebuild. After solving Yun Qinyan, go back to Jianglan Divine Kingdom. If the people of Duan Mansion and Qingyun Mansion want to go back to the 10,000 realms and the land beyond the boundary, I will send them back together. As soon as his heart moved, Duan Lingtian disappeared from the place in a flash. When Yun Qinyan, who was now renamed Yun Xinfeng, saw Duan Lingtian, he thought he was dazzled. Then his face changed drastically and he wanted to escape, but was stopped without any accident. Yun Qinyan didn't even step into the 4th level, and even Lei Hong, who was on the 8th level, was stopped by Duan Lingtian at will, let alone him. Yun Qinyan, long time no see. Duan Lingtian looked at Yun Qinyan in front of him. Although the other person's appearance had changed due to the soul fusion with the souls of the Soul Clan in the past, he could still vaguely see the shadow of the past, especially that a pair of eyes is basically there is no difference. At this moment, Duan Lingshan's thoughts seemed to go back to the time when he was still in the secular plane, and the scene where Yun Qinyan came forcefully and trampled him under his feet. That day, Yun Qinyan was an invincible existence in his eyes, and he could crush him with one finger. And now, it's the other way around. He can crush the opponent with one finger. Duan Lingtian, how did you find this place? Yun Qinyan was a little doubtful about life. He specifically found a remote and uninhabited place where he was, and confirmed that no one was following him when he came here, and no one knew his identity or had any motive to follow him. But how did Duan Lingtian find him? I know you're curious. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, however, I have no obligation to answer it for you. Just go to with this doubt. Then, when Yun Qinjian's pupils shrank sharply and his face showed a look of horror, Duan Lingtian slapped him to death. He didn't even bother to talk nonsense to Yun Qinyan. In his eyes, Yun Qinjian's hatred for him was much deeper than the hatred for Lei Hong. Everything has been solved. After visiting the Jianglan Divine Kingdom and sending everyone back to the creation chart, it's time to visit the Wanshan clan. On the way to Jianglan Divine Kingdom, Duan Lingtian had a thought and whispered. A few days ago, his master Feng Qingyang was asking him when he would go to Wanshan family for a stroll. He seemed to be more anxious than him. Now, it's time. Chapter 47:16. The Qin family in Wanshan occupies a vast area with beautiful mountains and clear waters and pleasant scenery. This place is also one of the top forces in the world of gods and earth, just because there is not only a super strong man who combines 3 ways, but also a strong man who combines 2 ways. A Shuanghe Dao is the confidence of Wanshan Chen's position as the dominant force in the world of gods and earth. In the past, even when the Wanshan Chen family had only 1 Hedao strongman, no one dared to come to provoke him, let alone now that the Wanshan Chen family has 2 Hedao strongmen, one of whom is a Hedao master. Existence. Now, if someone tells the people of the Wanshan Chen sect that someone is going to them to cause trouble, they will only smile disdainfully and say bluntly, if anyone dares to come to our Wanshan Chen sect to cause trouble, there will be no return. Really think we are 10,000 are the 2 Hedao ancestors of the Shanshan family made of clay? But today, the Wanshan Chen family really welcomed 2 uninvited guests. Wow! A terrifying divine consciousness swept down and enveloped the entire Wanshan Chen clan. The divine consciousness contained powerful power, as if it had no reservations. It instantly overwhelmed everyone in the Wanshan Chen clan and felt it was difficult to breathe. The lower ones were even pressed to the ground, trembling. This is a strong Hedao person? Many monks from the Wanshan Chen clan shrank their pupils, with expressions of astonishment on their faces. They couldn't figure out which strong Hedao man dared to come to their Wanshan Chen clan. Come to fight wildfire, this is not to put the two Hadao of their Wanshanshan family on in your eyes? You know, one of their Wanshanshan clan's Hadao exists in Hadao. Where does this powerful Hadao man dare to mess with our Wanshanshan clan? Humph. How strong we are now, but how embarrassed we are when we run away. We, the Wanshanshan sect, are a double Hadao master. Looking at the entire world of gods and earth, we are not afraid of anyone, including the strong Hadao masters. Even though they knew that a strong Hadao man was coming, everyone in the Wanshanshan family did not panic at all, just because there were two Hadao ancestors behind them. Now many people are already expecting the two ancestors to take action, kill those who retreat, let those who come, scenes of people fleeing in embarrassment. Time Kendo. An indifferent voice seemed to come from the abyss, with a bit of anger and coldness, sweeping across the entire Wanshanshan family. Soon, a figure, as if teleporting, roared from the depths of the Chen family in Wanshan. In an instant, it was not far away from the two young men in the void. It stared at the young man in green among the two, his face as gloomy as water, but he is an old man who looks like a child with gray hair. It is Qin Zhouxiao, the powerful master of the three combined paths of the Wanshanshan family. It seems that you are the mysterious new Hadao from the world of gods and earth thousands of years ago. Qin Zhouxiao stared at Feng Qingyang, his eyes flashing. The sword of time is indeed powerful. But if you think of our Wanshanshan family running wild based on this, I'm afraid it's not qualified. Before Feng Qingyang could speak, another figure appeared. Feng Su Yufeng arrived, but it was Qin Mingho who came closely behind Qin Zhouxiao, another strong Taoist of the Wanshanshan family, who combined the same Tao that Duan Lingtian had previously combined. Sword Dao, after he appeared, he stared at Feng Qingyang with the same cold eyes. The consciousness just now was that of Feng Qingyang, who used Qin Mingho's anger against his disciple Duan Lingtian to forcefully suppress the people of the Qin family in Wanshan. A newly promoted Hadao dares to go wild in our Wanshanshan clan. Do you really think that our Wanshanshan clan has no one? Qin Mingho sneered, with a bit of cruelty at the corner of his mouth. If you have the ability, don't run away later, fight me until death. Until death? Feng Qingyang smiled and glanced at Qin Mingho with disdain. Qin Mingho, right? You, who are walking on such a bad path as the infinite sword way, have the confidence to say this? Without Qin Zhouxiao, would you dare to say this? Qin Mingho, who was despised, was struck by Feng Qingyang's thoughts, and his face suddenly darkened, with killing intent in his eyes. Master, since he wants to fight to the death, let's help him. On the side, the young man in purple who had not spoken until now spoke in a calm tone, and at the same time as he spoke, he who was originally reserved suddenly seemed to become a beast that traveled across time and space from ancient times. The beast exudes a terrifying aura. Wow! The consciousness of the combined three paths spread out and swept across all directions. Even the consciousness of Qin Zhouxiao, who had just appeared and crushed Feng Qingyang's consciousness, was shaken to the point of collapse in front of his consciousness, as if it could be shaken at any time. May collapse. Three powerful ones? Qin Jiangxi's expression changed instantly. He was both a strong person in the three ways. At this moment it was not difficult to confirm the Tao that the other party had mastered, and even a new Tao that had never appeared in the history of the world of gods and earth, the way of infinity, the way of swords and the way of space, three ways in one. Are you Duan Lingtian? Qin Zhouxiao immediately guessed the identity of the young man in purple in front of him. He must be Duan Lingtian, who had been exiled from the creation world to the divine earth world. Duan Lingtian, in the past, he joined forces with the infinite sword Dao. There was a Tao conflict with his grandson Qin Zhouxiao, so much so that they even went to the Jianglan divine kingdom to cause trouble for each other. That time, it was considered that the relationship was established with the other party. Today, a three-way strongman who mastered the infinite space sword technique came to the Qin family in Wanshan, looking like he was looking for trouble. Even if he didn't want to believe it in his heart, he didn't dare to believe it, but he had to believe it. That is Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, such a super strong man would come to Wanshanshan family to look for trouble when he has nothing to do? Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Qin Mingho's expression changed drastically. How is it possible? You have only been able to combine the two realms for more than 1,000 years. How could you combine the third realm so quickly? He also realized that the person in front of him was him. In the past, he hated the person he hated deeply and wished he could crush him to ashes. But he was hiding and he couldn't do anything to him, but he didn't expect that the other person would come to him and cooperate with him. He passed the third path and became one of the rare three-way powerhouses in the world of gods and earth. Moreover, the opponent's infinite space swordsmanship seems to have never appeared in the past history of the world of eyes and earth. A brand new 3 ways in 1. In front of the opponent's consciousness, his consciousness was ruthlessly crushed. Even the consciousness of his grandfather Qianxiao, who was also a strong man in the 3 realms, was like a withered lamp and a dying fire in front of the other party's domineering consciousness. Tottering, it can be seen that the strength and dominance of Feng Shuo's way. Duan Lingtian, what happened in the past was my fault. If you are angry, I can apologize to you. Although he was reluctant in his heart, at this moment, Chen Mingho, under the urgent voice reminder from his grandfather Qianxiao, lowered his proud head, suppressed his voice, and spoke in a very low posture. Qianxiao had to be the first to give in. The other party is also a double master. The second master on the other side masters the time sword. His grandson's infinite sword is no match. As for Duan Lingtian, he is taking a brand new path of 3 paths in 1, which is definitely beyond his ability to deal with. At the same time, he was also secretly cursing in his heart that when Ling Tian's 3 paths merged into 1, he must have chosen an extremely remote place. Otherwise, even if he did not see the vision of the 3 paths merging with his own eyes, someone would definitely see it, and even spread throughout the world of gods and earth. The vision of 3 realms merging into 1 covers a similar range to that of 2 realms merging into 1, but it can be seen from it that it is 3 realms merging into 1. Haha. However, Chen Mingho's resignation was replaced by Duan Lingshan's chuckle. If apologizing is useful, why did I still work so hard with the third way? Chapter 47:17. When the words fell, the expressions of Chen Mingho and Qianxiao changed drastically. Duan Lingtian also took action like thunder. The terrifying aura swept across all directions, and the fierce sword light with the aura of space filled the sky, seemingly endless, roaring across the sky. Coming, it seems to have turned into a cage of heaven and earth. The entire world is imprisoned inside. In an instant, the raging space storm spread, and a large area of buildings belonging to the Chen family in Wanshan was directly razed to the ground, and even the nearby mountains and rivers were flattened. Above the sky, the combined power of the infinite space swordsmanship rolls down like an invincible galaxy, falling from the sky. The accompanying terrifying aura is almost suffocating. This is the unification of the 3 new ways. Boom! There was an explosion, followed by a series of loud noises, and wailing could be heard everywhere in the Wanshan Qin clan's residence. The monks above the level of Taoism successfully escaped for their lives, while those below the level of Taoism and the stronger ones also escaped in embarrassment, and many others were forever they were left where they were, and the family ruins became their burial ground. Duan Lingtian, you are too arrogant. Qianxiao was furious, and the power of the 3 paths also swept over him. However, the power of Hadao, which was so powerful in the past, was obviously lacking in background when compared with Duan Lingshan's power of Hadao. Wow! Feng Qingyang and Chen Mingho also took action almost at the same time. Chen Mingho had a sinister look on his face. He looked fierce, but in fact, there was heartfelt fear deep in his eyes. Facing a strong Hadao master who has mastered the sword of time, he has no confidence in winning, but he still has a certain degree of confidence if he wants to escape. After all, no one can compete with him now. However, now that he thinks about this, he is not happy at all. It can even be said that he now wishes that Duan Lingtian could still compete with him. If that is the case, it also means that Duan Lingtian has not made any further breakthroughs and has not merged into the third path based on the infinite sword path. Damn it! How could this Duan Lingtian be so defiant? In just over 1,000 years, he first merged with the 2 realms to join the ranks of the powerful ones in the world of gods and earth, and then merged with the 3rd realm and mastered the power of the 3 realms. When, together 3 ways, and a brand new way. Is it that simple? Is it possible that he has some tricks? Thinking of this, Chen Mingho felt jealous and angry. Why are all the good things taken away by the other party? God is unfair. Soon, Duan Lingtian and Chen Zhouxiao collided together. The two people's strength clashed, causing everything in a large area around them to turn into powder. Dust was flying all over the sky. The only visible creatures were Feng Qingyang and Chen Mingho, 2 people. The aftermath of their fight was not enough to affect Feng Qingyang and Chen Mingho. And now Feng Qingyang has also become involved with Chen Mingho. After a brief exchange, Duan Lingtian gained the upper hand. On the other hand, Chen Zhouxiao looked gloomy and ugly, and even his hands were trembling slightly. It could be seen that the blow just now put him under a lot of pressure. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian is still as handsome as before, without any damage. The gap is so huge that it can be seen at a glance. The new path that combines 3 paths into one is so terrifying. At this moment, Chen Zhouxiao had already begun to think about quitting, and he felt that as long as he wanted to leave, Duan Lingtian would not be too lazy to let him go. Mingho, let's retreat. It will do us no good to continue fighting for a long time. Chen Zhouxiao sent a message to Chen Mingho and said to him. Now, Chen Mingho was being beaten by Feng Qingyang. At that time, the kendo, as a quasi-new way, completely overwhelmed his infinite kendo, making him feel helpless and powerless. He realized the gap between himself and the opponent, and only can barely resist the opponent's hand. However, it is not that easy for the other party to kill him. Escaping unscathed, he asked himself whether he could still do it. Chen Zhouxiao was confident that he would be able to escape from Duan Lingtian's hands. Chen Mingho was also confident that he could retreat under Feng Qingyang's hands. However, what if Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang team up to target one person, and it is the weaker Chen Mingho? Boom! An earth-shaking loud noise, like thunder on the ground, suddenly sounded. But when Duan Lingtian faced Chen Zhouxiao, he suddenly exploded, but the target was not Chen Zhouxiao, but Chen Mingho. Wow! The sword light that filled the sky seemed to spread infinitely from the void, tearing the sky apart, converging into a sword, and killing Chen Mingho. Under this sword, the void shook, and tiny space cracks appeared one after another, which was shocking. On the other side, Feng Qingyang also took action at the same time. The characteristics of the time sword changed and enveloped Chen Mingho, freezing his figure. Not to mention that Chen Mingho now has no fighting spirit and is waiting for an opportunity to escape. Even if his fighting spirit is boiling, it is difficult to survive under the hasty siege of Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. After all, his infinite sword technique is really too old and broken. Mingho. Chen Zhouxiao never expected that Duan Lingtian, who was fighting with him, would suddenly turn around and attack Chen Mingho. Moreover, this was when he reminded Chen Mingho to prepare to escape. Chen Zhouxiao became furious and rushed to the rescue, but in the end it was still a little late. I saw that under Feng Qingyang's stagnant control of time, not only did Chen Mingho's body speed slow down a lot, but even the speed of his shots also slowed down. Feng Qingyang was concentrating on controlling the field and not launching an offensive. Can to maximize the control of time. Feng Qingyang is in charge of control, while Duan Lingtian is in full power output. The power of the 3 paths, and it is also a brand new way. Looking at the contemporary world of Earth and Earth, he considers himself second in terms of attack, and absolutely no one dares to claim first. Boom! The loud noise shook the earth and the earth. Even if Chen Mingho was ready to resist, he was still vulnerable to Duan Lingtian's offensive that seemed to be able to destroy the world. In the blink of an eye, he was blasted with half of his body left. After all, even if his strength was compared to Luo Luo's, he was still vulnerable. There are many in Hidu, so naturally they cannot stop Duan Lingtian's terrifying offensive. With just one blow, Chen Mingho was killed by Duan Lingtian. Of course, it was also because Feng Qingyang cooperated well, otherwise Chen Mingho would have been injured at most, or even seriously. A strong Hedao person, even if he is following a dilapidated path, his strength cannot be underestimated. Boom. 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 Red clouds and dark clouds were raging in the sky, and blood rain poured down, covering the Qin family that had been razed to the ground. It even continued to spread in all directions, and once reached the sky covering the entire divine land world. For a time, the whole world of divine land was in panic. Is this another strong person from Hedao dying? Oh my God! How many days has passed? The owner of the creation chart, Yu Luaha, who practiced the taboo of life sacrifice, died just a few days ago, and Hedao died again? This is Infinite Sword Dao? Was it the newly promoted He Dao Duan Ling Tian who died 1,000 years ago? Was he killed by 2 members of the Wanshan family? Chapter 47:18. In the contemporary world of the gods and earth, there are 2 people walking on the path of Infinite Sword. One is Qin Mingho, an aboriginal member of the Wanshan family's sacred land world, and the other is Duan Ling Tian, an alien creature from the creation world. Duan Ling Tian was promoted to Hedao later, because he also followed the Infinite Sword Way, which overlapped with the Hedao path taken by Qin Mingho, which was tantamount to being an enemy of Qin Mingho head-on. If Qin Mingho was just a loner, that would be fine. With him walking the Infinite Sword path, Qin Mingho would be unable to do anything to Duan Ling Tian. But the problem is, Qin Mingho is not alone. There is even a more powerful Hedao expert behind him. He is one of the few people standing at the top of the world of gods and earth, a super strong man who has combined the 3 ways. In this situation, many people felt that Duan Ling Tian was going to be unlucky. In fact, many people have heard that Qin Mingho and Qin Zhuoxiao went to Jianglan Divine Kingdom to find Duan Ling Tian, and they feel that they will not let Duan Ling Tian go easily. But now, a strong man with unlimited swordsmanship has died. The first thing everyone thinks of is Duan Ling Tian, and no one thinks it is Qin Mingho, just because there is Qin Zhuoxiao standing behind Qin Mingho. Escape dash. As soon as Qin Mingho died, no matter how angry Qin Zhuoxiao was, he knew that he could not change anything, so he immediately chose to run away, for fear that if he continued to stay, he would end up here. As a strong man of the 3 paths, even if he is following a dilapidated path, he still cannot be underestimated. At least, the stagnant nature of Feng Qingyang's time sword way has almost no effect on the opponent. That is the level difference of the Hedao road. The 3 paths have natural pressure on the second path, so that Feng Qingyang has difficulty limiting his speed. In this case, even if Duan Ling Tian was stronger than the opponent, he still could not intercept the opponent. It's a pity that he ran away. Feng Qingyang sighed, a little regretful. Duan Ling Tian had already expected it, and smiled calmly and said, after all, he is a strong man of the 3 realms, so it is normal that he cannot be kept. If you want to kill him, I'm afraid I need master to combine the 3 ways, or I need to combine the 4 ways. Hearing this, Feng Qingyang said angrily, then I must join the 3rd path first. That's not necessarily the case. Duan Ling Tian smiled even brighter, Master, some time ago, my method of control has made some progress after I controlled the creation life chart and understood the rules. I have already stepped into it. 9th floor, next I plan to try to see if you can combine the 4 paths with the help of the creation life chart. 4 ways together. Once you take this step, you will be truly invincible. Even in the world of gods and earth, if all Hedao united to surround and kill Duan Ling Tian, they would not be Duan Lingshan's opponent. Of course, even if Duan Ling Tian is now, he may not be a match against all the Hedao attacks in the world of gods and earth, but it is not difficult to retreat unscathed. He may even be able to escape with a few powerful Erdeo soldiers at the same time. By to meet their old friend who was on the road to first. Hearing Duan Lingshan's words, Feng Qingyang was speechless for a while, then sighed for a moment and said feebly, send me back to the Nirvana heaven. Master, in fact, you can keep the law clone inside, and I will continue to stay in the divine earth world. Don't you want to challenge the powerful Hedao realm in the divine earth world? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Returning to the creation life chart world, the law reappears, and the clone of the law can naturally be condensed again. Let's wait for a while. I'm a little tired now. You're such a tough guy. Feng Qingyang waved her hand and shook her head. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he didn't say anything more and sent his master Feng Qingyang back to the world of creation and destiny. As for him, he rarely goes back in his true form, because there are many clones of him in the creation life chart world, and he can accompany his family at any time. I'll go find some other three-way experts to spar with each other. After killing Chen Mingho, Duan Lingtian felt empty, as if he suddenly had no goals. After all, even Lei Hong and Yun Qinyan, his two old enemies, were dead. Looking around, I haven't thought about it for the time being. Target to target. As for Chen Zhouxiao, wait until the four paths merge into one before going to play with him. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knows that although the other three Hedao experts in the world of gods and earth are stronger than Chen Zhouxiao, their strength is limited and they must not be his opponents. He just wanted to see their methods. When Duan Lingtian went to the forces of several other three-way powerhouses and challenged and defeated them, it naturally caused a great sensation. As the news of his 3-in-1 unity spread, the entire world of gods and earth was shaken and in an uproar. It turns out that the strong man who practiced the infinite swordsmanship who died last time was not Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingshan's three paths merged into one? The one who died must be Chen Mingho. Didn't he advance to Hedao 1,000 years ago? In such a short period of time, the three paths merged into one? You think? Could it be that he also killed Yu Luaha, the owner of the creation life plank? If he did it, the creation life plank must be in his hands now, right? Many people guessed that the fate of creation was in Duan Lingshan's hands, and some were even moved by it, and even thought of uniting with many Hedao people to target Duan Lingtian. However, after all, there was no guarantee that Duan Lingtian would be retained, so in the end he had no choice but to let it go. Another 3,000 years passed, when they saw the vision of the fall of Hedao appearing on the horizon again, and this time it was a strong man of the three paths who died, that is, Chen Zhouxiao, who survived the Wanshan family in the past. I couldn't help but feel lucky that I didn't provoke Duan Lingtian. To be able to kill Chen Zhouxiao. This Lingtian, isn't it possible that he has combined the four paths? Only when the four paths merge into one can he possibly kill Chen Zhouxiao. At this time, Duan Lingtian didn't even need to show up to show his strength. A group of strong men in the world of gods and earth had already guessed that Duan Lingshan's four ways had merged into one, and he had become the only powerful man of four ways in the world of gods and earth in the contemporary era. Jianglan Divine Kingdom. Jiang Tianzheng and the Eternal Night Divine Monk from the Kuhai Temple, the two of them gathered together and looked at each other with extremely complicated expressions. I really didn't expect he would actually take that step. It's really incredible. Jiang Tianzheng, a strong Daoist from the Jianglan Divine Kingdom, let out a long sigh. He never expected that Duan Lingtian could combine the four Taos into one. In the past, when he heard that Duan Lingshan's three realms merged into one, he was shocked enough. Now he felt that he had lived like a dog for so many years and was not even as good as a hair on Duan Lingshan's legs. Yes, in just a few thousand years, he has gone from a little guy who has not yet entered the Hedao to an invincible existence in the world of gods and earth. The Yongya Divine Monk couldn't help but sigh. Since the four paths merged into one, Duan Lingtian has also become more leisurely, spending most of his time accompanying his wife, adding several younger brothers and sisters to Duan Nintian and Duan Siling. It is worth mentioning that his master Feng Qingyang's two wives also became pregnant one after another and gave birth to a son and a daughter. For a while, the two of them were enjoying themselves among their children, and they were so happy that they no longer thought about God and earth. Season Finale.